Chapter 1584. Most of the sects in the Purple Sun region were rank 1 sects like the Tani sect. Only a few of the stronger sects had Cloud C cultivators. As for the weaker sects, they did not have Cloud C cultivators. Rank 2 sects needed at least 2 early-stage Cloud C cultivators. Otherwise, the reputation of the sect would be in danger of falling off at any time. There was a total of 3 rank 2 sects in the Purple Sun region. They were rooted in the vicinity of Purple Sun City. Of course, that was only in relative terms. They were still rather far away. The 3 rank 2 sects were like the overlords of the Purple Sun region. Only they were qualified to establish their headquarters in the Purple Sun Great Realm. If the other sects wanted to establish their headquarters in the Purple Sun Great Realm, they needed the strength of a rank 2 sect. Otherwise, their sect could be destroyed at any time. Setting up a sect around Purple Sun City would bring huge benefits. Xiao Qin could not just casually give them away. Of course, in the vicinity of the city, there were still a lot of small forces that didn't make much of a difference. Due to the large number of these factions, the strength of each faction was different. There were all sorts of people. The 3 rank 2 sects could not be bothered with them, nor did they have the energy to do so. This was because it would not affect their fundamental benefits. The Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng was the strongest new talent of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor, one of the 3 rank 2 sections. Although he was not the top true inheritor, he had become famous in the past few years, rising extremely quickly in the entire Purple Sun region. Luo Feng's sword had reached perfection. According to rumor, he had killed many early-stage minor primal core older generation cultivators, while he was only a half-step primal core cultivator. Now that he had advanced to the minor primal core realm, he was only 1 step away. His strength was probably even more incredible. Furthermore, Luo Feng was vicious and ruthless. He was a loner and had a prideful nature. Furthermore, he comprehended a sword soul half a year ago. His reputation caught up to that of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's top disciple. Luo Feng always wore white and gave off an extraordinary air. Hence, people misunderstood Xiao Qin as the Ice Snow Sword. Aside from the Ice Snow Sword, the other 2 rank 2 sects, the Burning Moon sect and the Wind Chasing sect, also had 2 new talents who were as famous as the Ice Snow Sword. However, these 2 were not as unique as Luo Feng. They did not obtain the Ice Snow Sword's code name like Luo Feng. From a certain point of view, being able to obtain this code name was an acknowledgement of Luo Feng's strength. The largest restaurant in Purple Sun City was Leisure Cloud Restaurant. Most of the cultivators who came to Purple Sun City would come here for a drink. Most importantly, this place had a lot of people. Not only could one obtain the latest and fastest news, but there were also many scattered martial artists setting up stalls on the 3rd floor. It could be considered a relatively famous market. Many people, after eating and drinking to their heart's content, would go up and take a stroll. At this moment, a white figure slowly walked in on the floor, paved with top-notch nanmu. The noisy restaurant instantly quieted down. It was as if even the air had become much colder. So cold! What a sharp sword intent! Many people focused their gazes on the entrance of the restaurant. They saw a black-haired man dressed in white walking in unhurriedly with a sword in his hand. This person did not have much of an aura of nobility on him. He was just ordinary. His temperament seemed to be somewhat similar to that of Xiao Qin. The only difference was that this person did not withdraw his sword intent. The ancient sword that this person held in his left hand also gave off the feeling that it would be unsheathed at any moment. After such a person entered, the hall and the 2nd floor of the restaurant fell silent. There was no reason for this other than the frightening sword intent that this person gave off. When this person looked at him, he gave off the feeling of a cold and aloof sword stuck in the vast white snow. The white-clad youth casually swept his gaze around the restaurant. Immediately, everyone that he looked at felt like a sword's edge flashed before their eyes. The people that he looked at quickly lowered their heads, avoiding this sharp gaze. Suddenly, the white-robed young man stopped in his tracks. His gaze landed on another young man who was also dressed in white. This person did not avoid the white-clad youth's gaze. After taking a glance, he casually picked up a wine cup and started drinking. Bladesman? Swordsman? The white-clad swordsman could only vaguely feel the sharpness of the other party. However, he could not confirm the other party's identity. After a while, the white-clad swordsman's lips curled up in a mocking smile. What a coward! To think that he does not even have the courage to compete with me. Shaking his head, the white-clad swordsman found a place to sit. The oppressive atmosphere of the restaurant calmed down. Xiao Sua, do you know this person? Naturally, the one that the white-clad swordsman noticed was Xiao Chen. After the group passed the city gates, they headed straight for Idle Cloud Restaurant. They had not eaten a good meal in a long time. Naturally, they had to eat and drink their fill, enjoy themselves, and rest. Xiao Sua put down his wine cup and said he should be the Ice-Snow Sword Luo Feng. He is a disciple of the Ice-Snow Mountain Manor, a rank 2 sect. I heard that he is very strong. Of course, he is nothing compared to Big Brother. Xiao Sua Feng habitually praised Xiao Chen at the end of a sentence. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him. This ice-snow sword was indeed very strong. In the Great Thousand Realms, there were no cultivation bottlenecks like in the Kunlun realm. Everyone focused on raising their cultivation. Those who could comprehend a sword soul and a domain could be considered very talented. This person's sword intent already condensed a soul. Furthermore, it reached a 60% comprehended sword soul, which was pretty good. However, it was just SOSO. Compared to a swordsman like Chu Chaoyan, who comprehended the sword Dao's great Dao energy, Xiao Sua Feng could not compare. Of course, with Chu Chaoyan's current cultivation, he definitely could not compare to the other party. If not for Xiao Chen's fortuitous encounter, refining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, it would be hard to say who would win if the two fought. However, as time went by, Xiao Chen believed that Chu Chaoyan would continuously grow. In this great thousand realms, the other party would be like a fish in water, improving at a startling rate. Interesting. You are just a carriage driver, and you actually dare to evaluate our Ice-Snow Mountain Manor's Ice-Snow Sword. Are you tired of living? Just at this moment, a voice came from a neighboring table. That voice looked mockingly at the travel-worn, crudely dressed Xiao Sua. There were 2 men and 2 women at that table. The one who spoke was an alluring woman. As she looked at Xiao Chen and Xiao Sua, she smiled coldly and said, "Do you think that you can compare to the Ice-Snow Sword just by wearing white clothes? Where did this country bumpkin come from? How ignorant!" Although our second senior brother is not the top disciple of the sect, when considering the entire Purple Sun region, his talent in the Sword Dao is definitely among the best. His talent in swordsmanship can definitely be considered one of the best. Who do you think you are? It's fine if you're ugly, but are your eyes growing on your butt? As Xiao Chen held up his wine cup, he did his best not to laugh. This Xiao Sua was really unlucky. When Xiao Sua entered the city, he was robbed. When he entered a restaurant to eat, he casually said something and got scolded by a young lady. This alluring woman clearly worshipped the Ice-Snow Sword in the Ice-Snow Mountain Manor and could not tolerate any dust on it. Ignore her. Xiao Chen put down his wine cup and said indifferently. Xiao Sua had no choice but to sit back down and drink his wine. However, Xiao Sua could not suppress the rage in his heart. He crushed the wine cup in his hand. He was an astral sea pirate with a fiery temper. Even Xiao Chen did not submit to him. If the Jiao snake had intimidated him, he would not have listened to Xiao Chen at all. Normally, Xiao Sua would have drawn his saber and chopped someone down. As Xiao Sua raged, the strong aura of a primal core cultivator spread out, startling the 4 people at the neighboring table. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of sword light flashed like an aurora, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xiao Suo stretched out his hand and caught this flash of sword light. The sword light contained a cup of wine. The people in the restaurant immediately exclaimed. It was the ice snow sword. He made a move. What a fast sword light! It truly lived up to being the ice snow sword. Most of the people in the restaurant did not see how the ice snow sword made his move. This is my junior sister. I spoke rudely, so I'll treat you to a cup of wine as an apology. I'll punish myself with a cup first. After draining the wine, the ice snow sword stood up and looked at Xiao Suo. Then he said, However, I, the ice snow sword, am not someone that just anyone can talk about. Although you are a minor primal core venerate, you are not qualified. How arrogant! Exclamations came from the restaurant. Unexpectedly, this ice snow sword really dared to challenge a minor primal core venerate. It looked like the rumor of the ice snow sword killing a minor primal core venerate was true. After I drink this cup of wine, I'll take it as nothing happened, the ice snow sword said, enunciating every word as he looked at Xiao Su. The 4 people seated next to him, who were initially frightened, immediately regained their courage. This was especially so for that alluring woman. As she looked at the ice snow sword, her eyes sparkled. The ice snow mountain manor, the ice snow sword. Xiao Chen muttered this name in his heart. Then he completely forgot about it. He had seen many of such people. They were arrogant, and thought highly of themselves. They were extremely arrogant. However, the entire Purple Sun region was just an average-sized astral region in the Grave Sea Cluster. The Grave Sea Cluster could not be considered the core of the entire Great Thousand Realms. Where did this arrogance come from to be so arrogant? Although Xiao Chen was not as old as Xiao Suo, his mental state was much higher than that of this group of people. In Xiao Chen's eyes, this ice snow sword was just a dancing clown. He did not even need to remember his name. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, not changing at all. Then he said indifferently, "Drink then." Xiao Suo revealed an expression of dissatisfaction. However, since Xiao Chen said so, he still drank all the wine in his cup. Chapter 1585. Xiao Chen knew that right now his main goal was to save Luo Nan. Don't let me catch a chance. Let's see if you can still smile when the time comes. The blade was extremely sharp. In Xiao Chen's opinion, it was a pretty good sword. Xiao Chen's heart trembled. Unexpectedly, the other party could tell that this was the Heavenly Yang Pill's alchemic recipe. Most of the profound tools sold in this market were inferior grade or medial grade. Superior grade profound tools were rare. As for peak treasure tools like the Blue Dragon Divine Wings, there were practically none. It's fine. Just stroll around. Just let me know if there is anything you like. The stall owner seemed to fear that Xiao Chen would go back on his word. He quickly took the spirit jades from Xiao Chen and carefully put them away. Then, he quickly delivered the sword to Fate In the Kunlun realm, the lunar shadow saber was a transcendent, divine weapon. In this world, it was also a peak superior grade profound tool, not yet a treasure tool. All right, let me take a look. The sword in Fei Er's hand was only an inferior grade profound tool. She had wanted to change it long ago. However, treasure tools were already extremely rare and expensive. Even a major primal core venerate might not be able to purchase a treasure tool to their liking. Luo Nan did not want Xiao Chen to spend money, so he only took a quick look and did not express his opinion. On the other hand, Fei was in high spirits. She wanted to buy a sword, a medial grade profound tool. I'll help you then. The ice snow sword Lu Mu smiled coldly and ignored Xiao Chen's group. So what if he is a minor primal core venerate? Before senior brother Luo Feng, he still has to be obedient. After being stunned for a while, Lu Mu said, "This young master is really generous." As Xiao Chen received the invitation, a melancholic voice rang out in his ears. Xiao Chen had not noticed it earlier. Now that he carefully sized up this old man, he discovered that this old man looked ordinary on the surface. However, his eyes were spirited, and a clump of flames blazed in the depths of his eyes. The onlookers in the restaurant were all shocked. To think that the ice snow sword Luo Feng's aura could suppress a minor primal core cultivator. The aged old man, the handsome and elegant young master, the charming and alluring young woman, the pure and cute young girl, and the sloppy old man. At least you are sensible. In the future, remember not to casually mention my name, Luo Feng, in Purple Sun City. Otherwise, even if you're a small origin core realm expert, I'll still teach you a lesson. The Jiao snake hidden in the immortal spirit ring nodded to itself. Such a mental state is truly rare. Above profound level weapons, there were treasured weapons. At this moment, Xiao Qin was in a great mood. He had suddenly turned from a poor man to a rich man. How could he not be happy? The enchanting young lady glanced at Xiao Suo with a pleased expression as she spoke in an incomparably ear-piercing voice. Xiao Qin said indifferently, "It looks like you only have this much confidence. If we really fight, you are definitely not a match for me." There was no need to even mention medial-grade spirit jades. Most of the time, people would carry a few on them at all times, using them for emergencies. The stall was set up very casually. At this moment, she was standing in front of a stall, playing with a blood-red longsword. This was a fire-attributed longsword, a medial-grade, profound tool. Not only did it look exquisite, but one medial-grade spirit jade could be exchanged for 100 inferior-grade spirit jades. However, no one would trade for such a thing. The old man at the stall received the list with a smile. Then he casually read, "Fish yang grass, white flame flower, fire cloud fruit, dragon transformation night. These are all extremely strong yang-attributed herbs." This fellow, seeing Xiao Qin so calm, made the ice snow sword feel very upset for some reason. It was like the other party did not care about him at all. The might of a treasure tool was extremely horrifying. Even major primal core cultivators could not completely control it. As Xiao Qin spoke calmly, Xiao Suo had no choice but to swallow his anger, drinking cup after cup to drown his sorrows. Luo Nan and Fei showed shocked expressions. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin easily took out 200 medial-grade spirit jades. This somewhat startled Xiao Qin. The value of spirit jades seemed somewhat low. After Fei explained, she asked, "Big brother Xiao Qin, did you get it wrong?" Fei quickly said, "Senior brother, I will take care of you for life." Luo Nan forced a smile and said, "I'm fine. I'm just a little weak and do not have much strength. I'm afraid that even if I treat you, you will only be a cripple in the future. Cut the crap. Eat and drink." After haggling for a while, Fei bought the sword for 20,000 spirit jades. Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Did you hear that? With such a junior sister, why are you sighing? Be happier. Come, let's go to the 3rd floor. I remember that you use swords, right? I'll get you a good sword. When you recover, you can use it. Big brother, I have never felt so vexed before. This fellow is too cocky. No matter how powerful he is, if I really fight him, I will have a 50-50 chance of winning." When one drained their veritable essence energy during a big battle, they could quickly recover most of their veritable essence energy by absorbing a medial-grade spirit jade. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and casually dealt with the sharpness. Then he casually turned his head and drained the wine in his cup. At the stall, Xiao Qin saw many cultivators selling profound tools, all sorts of weapons. Xiao Qin took out his spirit jades and handed them to the other party. How can I accept this? After 3 rounds of wine, Xiao Qin paid the bill. Then he looked at Luo Nan and asked, "How is your body?" The stall owner was a white-haired old man. When he saw the spirit jades that Xiao Qin handed over, his eyes immediately lit up with a fervent light. Medial-grade spirit jades. Given this, although Xiao Qin's blue dragon divine wings were replicas, they were indeed rather precious. When the four people at the neighboring table saw Xiao Sua drink that cup of wine under the pressure of the ice-snow sword, Luo Feng, they immediately rejoiced. Back in the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiao Qin already knew that the secret treasures of the Great Thousand Realms were known as profound tools. The group went straight to the third floor. As for superior grade spirit jades, they were priceless treasures in the first place. They could only be exchanged for with treasures of equal value. This was not a matter of bravado. Xiao Qin waved his hand and said, "There's no need. How can I take back something that I gave away? Senior, there is no need to mind it." When Xiao Qin raised his head and looked at the ice-snow sword, he happened to meet the other party's gaze. The other party's gaze was as sharp as a knife, radiating boundless pressure. A light flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes. When he looked at the old man again, his expression changed slightly. "Old sir, please take a look at this list. Is there any way to help me obtain the herbs in it?" This old man was either an extremely skilled refiner or a strong alchemist. Xiao Sua said in a low voice, feeling aggrieved. Of course, Xiao Qin could still sense it from his lunar shadow saber. "Did I get wrong? More than 200. Young man, this old man is sorry for taking advantage of you. Here is a VIP invitation from the Purple Cloud Pavilion. If you go to the Purple Cloud Pavilion tonight, not only can you use this VIP invitation to enter the VIP rooms, but you can also get a 10% discount on the auction items." The ice-snow sword said coldly in his heart, "Oh no, I still lack some spirit jades." Fei counted in her spatial ring and discovered that she was still short a few hundred spirit jades. As the old man continued looking, his expression changed drastically. He looked at Xiao Qin gravely and asked, "Are you still short 100 strands of 1,000-year-old baleful yang qi?" 50-50? With 2 million spirit jades, wouldn't that mean that he could only buy 200 medial-grade profound weapons and only a few dozen superior-grade profound weapons? In that case, he would really be a poor man. However, he had already gained the upper hand in the earlier scene. There was no reason or opportunity for him to get angry. The third floor of Idle Cloud Restaurant was very noisy with people coming and going. There were all sorts of people on the third floor. Ordinary spirit jades were already extremely difficult to produce, be it for cultivation, setting up formations, refining medicinal pills, or refining profound weapons. Spirit jades were extremely valuable and could be used to lay formations, refine medicinal pills, or refine treasures. The matter of the ice-snow sword did not affect Xiao Qin's mood at all, nor did it destroy his mental state. The stall owner was a white-haired old man. When he heard Xiao Qin's question, he asked, "Young man, you really got it wrong. In that case, can this old man use something else to exchange for your medial-grade spirit jades?" "Big brother, this old man is not simple. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's auction tonight is an annual large-scale auction. The entire city will be watching, and it will be hard to get a ticket. What more a VIP invitation? Even someone like the ice-snow sword might not be able to get one. How much do you lack?" No wonder the Blue Dragon Palace's old dragon horse said that although there were not many spirit jades, their quality was rather high. With a thought, Xiao Qin took out a list of ingredients. There were many different herbs recorded on it. These were all supplementary herbs for refining the Heavenly Yang pill. They were extremely rare and hard to find. Chapter 1586. Xiao Qin composed himself. His expression did not change as he said in a deep voice, "Senior, a sage really does not reveal his true appearance. I have long heard that there are many experts in Purple Sun City. Indeed, the rumors are true." The stall owner looked a little excited and said with a smile, "An expert?" "Not really. May I ask if young master has the pill recipe for the Skyang pill?" Xiao Qin nodded. "That's right. I have the pill recipe. What advice does senior have?" "All right, as long as you lend me the pill recipe, I will help you obtain all the supplementary herbs on the list. Furthermore, I will help you find a way to purchase the 1,000-year-old baleful yang energy. I will also give you spirit jades. The white-haired old man appeared to be exceptionally excited as he anxiously said, "It was clearly wrong to be in such a hurry during a negotiation. If he exposed his bottom line too early, he would be ruthlessly slaughtered by those who were black-hearted." Looking at the white-haired old man's appearance, he did not seem to be an impatient person. It could only be said that he really wanted the Sky Yon pill's alchemic formula. Xiao Chen did not overthink. He did not let the other party's conditions get to his head. He said calmly, "I do not lack spirit jades. I can let this old man take a look at the alchemic recipe. I only ask Senior to help me. If I can do it, I'm willing to give the pill formula to Senior, and I'll also promise Senior one condition." "What is it? Tell me." Xiao Chen pointed to Luo Nan and said, "Senior, please take the pulse of this friend of mine." Alchemists were not doctors. However, most alchemists would know some medical skills. The white-haired old man took a step forward and examined it. Then he frowned. What a vicious method! This injury should have been fatal and irreversible. However, it was forcibly suppressed by a saint pill. It should be a top-grade saint pill, the blood cloud pill. However, this medicine can only last for 7 days at most. After 7 days, your friend will. When Fei heard this, her expression immediately changed. She said hurriedly, "Senior, please save my senior brother." On the other hand, Luo Nan's expression did not change. His experiences during this period had made him very open-minded about life and death. However, his heart still ached when he saw Fei sad. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and stopped Fei. "Let Senior finish." The white-haired old man continued, "If there is a medicinal pill that can reconstruct the Dantian, the blood cloud pill's effects will be completely unleashed, and there will be no danger to your life." After letting go of Luo Nan's hand, the white-haired old man looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I know what you want me to help you with. I remember that my friend has a medicinal pill recipe for reconstructing the Dantian. 3 days later, we'll meet here, and I'll give you what you need." The moment Xiao Chen said that, everyone revealed expressions of joy. This trip to Purple Sun City was worth it. "All right, it's a deal then. 3 days later, I will hand over the pill formula for the Sky Sun pill as promised." The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. Then he said sincerely, "It has been a long time since I saw a young man as generous as you. You do not care about trifles and do not covet small benefits. What's hard is to be loyal to your friends. This old man's family name is Lu. Those who know me in the Purple Sun region will address me as Senior Lu, a dabbler in alchemy. May I know your name? If there's a chance in the future, we can chat more." By introducing himself, Senior Lu was trying to befriend Xiao Chen. There was no fear of having too many friends when one was outside. Xiao Chen said, "I am Xiao Chen. My family name is Xiao, and my family name is Chen. If there is a chance, I will definitely chat with Senior Lu." "Ha ha ha, there will definitely be a chance. Don't waste the VIP letter I gave you. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction is considered a grand occasion." Senior Lu was in a good mood. After laughing loudly, he packed up his stall and left. After dealing with Luo Nan's matter, Xiao Chen was in a good mood. He looked at the VIP letter in his hand. He raised his head and said, "Xiao Suo, you know where this Purple Cloud Pavilion is, right?" "Of course I know. After all, I have been here 3 times. Lead the way, then. You did pretty well today. At that time, you can choose whatever you like. I'll bid for it for you." Without Xiao Suo's reminder, Xiao Chen would not have discovered this hidden expert. Helping him bid for a treasure was worth it. "Haha, big brother, you are my biological elder brother. That's it, then. Don't ever go back on your word." Xiao Suo nearly jumped up in joy, feeling incredibly excited. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction would last for 2 days. Only 20 treasures would be auctioned each day. Every item would be carefully selected and extremely valuable. Most of the people who went could only be spectators. As the guests were too wealthy, Every auction item would eventually fetch a sky-high price. After Xiao Chen understood this, he did not regret it. Instead, he became even more interested. Xiao Chen had 2 million spirit jades on him, so he was not worried at all. If converted to inferior grade spirit jades, that would be more than 200 million spirit jades. The old dragon horse did not say much humbly. However, Xiao Chen now discovered that, at least in the Purple Sun region, he was definitely rich and overbearing. The Purple Cloud Pavilion was one of the 3 great trading grounds of Purple Sun City. It occupied several kilometers of land, looking very grand and imposing. Purple Sun City's accumulations were extremely deep. Long ago, it was the stronghold of the Golden Crow race. In terms of accumulations, this city was even deeper than any sect in the Purple Sun region. Occasionally, strange treasures would appear. No one found this strange. Most of the people who obtained a strange treasure would choose the trading pavilion to entrust it anonymously to the trading ground. Large-scale trading grounds had good reputations and were safe and reliable. They were many people's first choice. The Purple Cloud Pavilion was such a large-scale trading ground. Naturally, its annual large-scale auction was a grand event. That was why the ice snow sword Luofeng was here. Soon, Xiao Suwa led the way to the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Suddenly, a scorching berserk aura came from behind. The cultivators in front scattered in all directions, immediately turning the place chaotic. What a tyrannical aura! It's the Burning Moon sect's strongest new talent, Yen Xan. Many startled cries came from the crowd. Many people looked behind them. They saw a group of figures walking over from there. The person leading them exuded a berserk aura from head to toe, scorching, cold, and arrogant. This was the strongest new talent of the Burning Moon sect, one of the Purple Sun Great Realm's 3 rank 2 sects, Yen Xan. Xiao Chen looked in the direction the crowd pointed. When he saw Yen Xan, he was slightly stunned. This person and the ice snow sword were practically polar opposites. However, they had one thing in common. They were both extremely proud, arrogant, and conceited. Thinking about it, this had something to do with the rank 2 sects being the overlords of the Purple Sun region. These rank 2 sects were strong in the first place. Furthermore, their sects were strong. Who would dare to offend them? As Yen Xian walked over, the people at the side made way. Soon, he arrived at Xiao Chen's group. Everyone narrowed their eyes. Were these people stupid? To think that they did not make way for Yen Xan. Yen Xian frowned, and a berserk fiery aura flew towards Xiao Chen's group of 4. The air immediately turned unbearably hot. Without needing Xiao Chen to make a move, Xiao Suo spread out his aura and scattered the fiery aura. Venerate. Yen Xian entered deep thought. Then he said coldly, "Just because you are a venerate, you think you can block my path?" After dealing with Luo Nan's matter, Xiao Chen no longer had any qualms. However, he did not want to cause trouble, either. Xiao Chen patted Xiao Suo's shoulder and walked to the side, taking the initiative to make way. Humph! Snorting coldly, Yen Xian led his junior brothers over with large strides. The people following behind Yen Xian all showed cocky expressions. In this Purple Sun City, they, the Burning Moon sect disciples, had never feared anyone. "Little girl, you look pretty good." As a disciple was about to walk past Fei he stretched out his hand to touch her face. This startled Fei causing her expression to change drastically. Luo Nen also felt incredibly frustrated. However, before the two could do anything, they heard a miserable shriek. Xiao Chen directly tore off the arm of the person who stretched out his hand. Then, Xiao Chen casually tossed the arm into the air. Bang! It exploded into a shower of blood. With this, there was no hope of reconnecting the arm. "How dare you injure my junior brother?" Yen Xian turned around and raged. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "I have seen too many deaths in the past few years so my temper has improved. However, there are some reverse scales. Once you touch them, don't blame me for being ruthless. Senior brother, you have to seek justice for me. For no reason or cause, you tore off one of my arms. That person with the severed arm showed a pained expression. To think that the guilty party was the first to complain. For no reason or cause. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, "Are the people of the Burning Moon sect all so shameless?" To think that you dare to say that I am shameless. If not for you sneak attacking me. Given my strength, how could I have torn off an arm? You are clearly narrow-minded and unwilling to give way to senior brother Yin Xan. So you vented your anger on me. Are you very strong? Suddenly, Xiao Chen interrupted the other party's long speech. When the other party looked at Xiao Chen's questioning gaze, he suddenly felt fear spread through his entire body. A sharp saber intent spread out. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and a strong saber intent entered the other party's body. The other party trembled as he looked at Xiao Chen in horror. Blood leaked out of a corner of his mouth. Before the other party finished speaking, he released many saber lights from his entire body. Countless bloody holes appeared in the other party's body, and blood flowed out. Then he collapsed. The other party fell to the ground, dying with a remaining grievance. Had he known this would happen, he would not have said that Xiao Chen was not as strong as him. The gazes of everyone in the crowd froze as they looked at Xiao Chen. How bold of him to kill a Burning Moon sect disciple in front of Yin Xan. How strong! To think that he killed a Burning Moon sect disciple in front of Yin Xan. To think that Yin Xan did not even have a chance to save the other party. If I want to hurt someone, I will never do it in secret. If I want to kill someone, I will never do it. Xiao Chen said indifferently. He did not like to waste words. Most of the time, he liked to use action to express his opinion. Chapter 1587. Xiao Chen, who did not like to speak nonsense, used his actions to prove that the other party was just trash and trash. Judging whether a person was trash or trash had nothing to do with their strength, nor did it have anything to do with their background. Instead, it was a person's character and actions, as well as their sense of shame. Not only did the person who molested Fei show no intention of apologizing, but he even tried to frame Xiao Chen. Everyone had a reverse scale. However, after touching it, one had to pay a different price. The price for touching Xiao Chen's reverse scale was death. No matter what rank 2 sect disciple you were, it would not matter if you were Yin Xian's disciple or not. Senior brother, kill him! Before the crowd, the Burning Moon sect disciples felt like they were slapped in the face. So, they egged on Yin Xian to help them regain face. Xiao Suo snorted coldly and stood beside Xiao Chen. Then he looked at Yin Xian without fear. Yin Xian's raging heart slowly calmed down. He did not fear the minor primal core cultivator, Xiao Suo. What he could not figure out was that white-clad bladesman, who had easily killed his junior brother without even drawing his saber. If Xiao Suo delayed Yin Xan, and he could not deal with Xiao Chen, their faces might be slapped even more miserably. The most important thing was that they were not in the right in this matter. They would not be able to find the Burning Moon sect to judge. They might even end up being treated as a joke, spreading it even more. Might I ask for your honored name? Yin Xian asked as he looked at Xiao Chen, feeling somewhat uncertain. Xiao Chen! The crowd burst into an uproar. Who was Xiao Chen? They had never heard of this name before. In the Purple Sun region, most of the famous, outstanding talents were well known. News spread very quickly in the Great Thousand Realms. Yin Xian said coldly, "Good, very good. Today you slapped my face. In the future, I will definitely ruthlessly slap you back." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Face is something you fight for yourself, not someone else's. Be a good person, and naturally, a beauty will slap your face." Humph! Stop lecturing me. Don't get cocky. As long as you don't leave Purple Sun City, take it easy. This is not a place where you can behave atrociously. This Yen Xian hated Xiao Qin in his heart. However, when he analyzed the strength before him, he could not completely suppress Xiao Qin. He had no choice but to swallow his anger, feeling extremely sullen in his heart. Let's go. He turned around and led his many confused junior brothers away, causing a wave of exclamations in the crowd. No one had expected this. The proud and willful new talents of the three great sects actually cowered. This was Yen Xian, one of the three great new talents of the Purple Sun region, on par with the Ice Snow Sword. Xiao Qin. I've never heard of this name before. However, since I've offended Yen Xian, it's better for me to leave as soon as possible. After all, the Purple Cloud Pavilion's auction is about to begin. It would not be good for Yen Xian to make a move. However, Xiao Qin did not overthink. He led Xiao Su'a and the other two into the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Inside a VIP room, Xiao Qin sat on a soft chair. The other three sat behind him, clearly showing who was more important. Through the glowing water screen in front, the four in the VIP room could see everything outside, including the situation of the auction. Just at this moment, a voluptuous, purple-haired girl suddenly walked out from the front of the auction hall. She wore a long, red dress that dragged on the ground. The long dress was very sexy, revealing her fair breasts and stirring up wild and fanciful thoughts. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's eyes widened. He stared at the purple-clad girl and entered deep thought. Fei, or blushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, the pirate leader, Xiao Su'a, laughed loudly and said, Big brother, although Miss Lan Luo is a famous beauty in Purple Sun City, you should be more reserved. This startled Xiao Qin awake. However, his expression did not change, so he withdrew his gaze. Xiao Qin thought to himself. He vaguely sensed that this girl called Lan Luo was an outstanding talent with a great, desolate Ian bloodline. However, why would an outstanding talent with a great, desolate Ian bloodline appear in such a small place like the Purple Sun region? This was somewhat incomprehensible. At the same time, many of the honored guests in the various VIP rooms looked at Lan Luo with incomparable greed. The flames of lust blazed in their eyes. Senior brother, this Lan Luo is truly a beauty. She is worthy of your status. Yen Xian's junior brothers in another VIP room said fawningly, Given senior brother's talent and status, as long as senior brother is willing, that Lan Luo will definitely deliver herself to you obediently. Of course, who does not know that senior brother has excellent talent and can fight above his cultivation realm? Lan Luo snorted coldly. So what if this girl who shows herself in public is a beauty? How can she be worthy of me? However, she is pretty good to play with. Lan Luo's lips curled up in a sinister smile. In the VIP room where the Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng was, he stared at Lan Luo's twin peaks, unwilling to shift his gaze away. For Lan Luo to be able to attract the attention of so many experts and outstanding talents at the same time, she was clearly not as simple as Yen Xian made her out to be. Otherwise, Lan Luo would have been subdued long ago. How could she be so attractive? Welcome, honored guests, to tonight's Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual large-scale auction. Lan Luo smiled charmingly and bowed slightly, revealing a deep cleavage. This immediately ignited the desires of all the male cultivators present. As for the women, they were probably already cursing in their hearts. This woman is really an enchantress. The pirate leader, Xiao Su'a, said with a somewhat dazed look as he swallowed his saliva. Xiao Qin nodded in agreement. He said softly, she did not use any charm techniques. As the saying goes, it is hard to give up on a natural beauty. This is the principle behind it. Hee, Big Brother, you are really talented in literature. I feel that with Big Brother's charm, you might be able to subdue this girl. At that time, she really won't be able to leave this purple sun city. Xiao Chun smiled faintly, interrupting Xiao Suo. Xiao Suo was stunned for a while before saying, "That seems to be the case. All the men here will probably go crazy." "Fei," said softly, "you men are all like this. Who does not like beautiful things? This applies to both men and women. However, this is just an instinctive desire, not love." Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt somewhat dispirited. He closed his eyes and lay back on the soft chair. Lu Rui's figure appeared in his mind. Unexpectedly, the parting in the Sky Dome realm nearly turned into an eternal parting. Now he did not know where she was. Ancestor Dragon City was just the old dragon horse's guess. If she was not there, then he would be at a loss. Fei and Xiao Suo did not notice Xiao Chen's strange behavior. They only thought that he was tired and lay down to rest. This was because the auction officially started at this moment. Xiao Suo paid full attention to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had agreed to help him bid for an item. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Every item in this annual large-scale auction would be a fine product worth cities. Perhaps there might even be a strange treasure. That would be a great profit. When the auction started, it proceeded as planned. Indeed, every item was a fine product. Xiao Suo felt a significant pressure in his heart. Every item was a treasure, something that he urgently needed. However, Xiao Suo held back and did not say anything. The further it went, the more valuable the items would be. Next is the 8th auction item, the dazzling sunlight true flame, a yang attributed flame. This is an earth-grade yang attributed flame. Of all the earth-grade yang attributed flames, the dazzling sunlight true flame is ranked very high. It is a treasure that yang attributed cultivators, alchemists, and refiners cannot miss out on. Lan Luo smiled and introduced the various uses of the dazzling sunlight true flame in detail, as well as its value. Xiao Qin, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Dazzling sunlight true flame? The Book of the Epics recorded that the special flames of the Great Thousand Realms were divided into 6 grades: Primal Chaos grade, Lunar grade, Solar grade, Heaven grade, Earth grade, Profound grade, and Yellow grade. This dazzling sunlight true flame definitely could not compare to Xiao Chen's Primal Chaos grade Heavenly Flame. However, if Xiao Chen refined the Primal Chaos grade Heavenly Flame, his Heavenly Flame would definitely not be comparable to the rank 3 Heavenly Snow Divine Flame. He would not be able to bring out the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. To raise the grade of the Heavenly Flame, one needed to plan early. Just thinking about the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram formed by the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame and the Heavenly Flame already excited Xiao Chen somewhat. Once he succeeded, it would definitely become another killing move for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was prepared to obtain this dazzling sunlight true flame. Chapter 1588. However, Xiao Chen was not the only one interested in this dazzling sunlight true flame. At least 10 people in the vast auction hall were determined to obtain it. Among them, the most determined was naturally the Burning Moon sex, Yan Xan. Yan Xan was a fire-attributed cultivator and cultivated a fire-attributed cultivation technique. He also comprehended the will of fire. Senior brother, after you refine this dazzling sunlight true flame, you will be able to break through the bottleneck of the primal core realm. A Burning Moon sect disciple exclaimed joyfully. Yan Xian said coldly, "I have deep accumulations and need to condense an upper 3-star primal core at the very least. How can I break through the bottleneck so easily? However, I must obtain this dazzling sunlight true flame. After I refine it, my accumulations will only become even more horrifying." Aside from Yan Xian, several alchemists and refiners were also tempted. Alchemists and refiners did not lack spirit jades. They were wealthy, so their bids would definitely be extremely vicious. This round of bidding had yet to begin, but everyone present could already smell the thick smell of fire. A huge battle had begun, and smoke was already rising. The starting bid for the dazzling sunlight true flame is 100,000 spirit jades. Hee hee. Fellow alchemists, don't miss out on this. Lan Luo's sweet, alluring voice was drawn out as she spoke in a provocative manner. I bid 200,000. I bid 300,000. I bid 400,000. I bid 500,000. I bid 600,000. I bid 1,000,000. Whoosh! The entire place was shocked. Lan Luo's voice seemed to have a magical power. The few alchemists and some armament masters in the VIP room didn't even wait for her words to end completely before they raised the price to 1,000,000, like a machine gun. The entire auction hall fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the price. Damn it, Lan Luo, you little bitch. How dare you spoil my plans? Yan Xian's anger was immediately ignited. He slammed the table fiercely, scaring everyone in the room. Seeing that the price was still rising uncontrollably, Yan Xian immediately said, Everyone, I, Yan Xian, want this dazzling sunlight true flame. Please give me some face. In the future, if any alchemists need any help, you can come to the Burning Moon sect to look for me. Just as the price soared to 2,000,000 spiritual jades, Yan Xian could no longer hold back. He brought out his sect and forcefully suppressed the price. The skyrocketing price suddenly came to an abrupt stop. Those rich alchemists and blacksmiths were startled upon hearing this and stopped bidding. On the platform, Lan Luo's expression turned somewhat unsightly. She smiled and said, Young Master Yan, this is not good, right? Did I do anything against the rules? Could it be that the Purple Cloud Pavilion is so tyrannical, not allowing us Burning Moon sect disciples to speak? In the VIP room, Yan Xian kept a straight face, not giving any face at all. Xiao Chun thought to himself, this person is really tyrannical. When it hurts my own interests, he immediately brings up the Burning Moon sect. Apart from their standpoint, Xiao Qin quite approved of his behavior. If one didn't look out for oneself, heaven and earth would destroy them. If one didn't use their trump card when they could, wouldn't it be too inflexible and appear hypocritical? However, Xiao Qin didn't think much of this person's judgment. He was too arrogant and had too much of a bandit's temperament. That Lan Luo was not as simple as she appeared. Treating her as a pushover would be the stupidest. Naturally, our Purple Cloud Pavilion will not forbid the Burning Moon sect disciples from speaking. Others will not, either. However, using the Burning Moon sect to suppress others is breaking our rules. Lan Luo calmed herself, but the smile on her face did not vanish. Clearly, she was still somewhat shrewd and magnanimous. Shut up, you slut! How dare you slander me again? Don't blame me for falling out with you on the spot. What evidence do you have to prove that I used the sect to suppress others? Who was threatened by me? As long as someone dares to step forward, I, Yan Xian, will atone for my crime with my death. Who knew? Right after Lan Luo spoke, Yan Xian immediately turned the tables on her, grasping her sore spot and making a big deal out of it. The entire place fell silent. No one said anything. Lan Luo immediately panicked somewhat, her entire body trembling slightly. Humph! If the Purple Cloud Pavilion is filled with people like you, slandering others, I feel that there is no need for it to continue operating. I have yet to say that you slut colluded with a group of old men to purposely raise the price. Now you are slandering me. Yan Xian's words struck home. This was especially so for the last sentence, which caused the entire place to boo. You! Lan Luo was so angry that her entire body trembled. Her ample bosom trembled. When the crowd connected Yan Xian's words, many unbearable scenes immediately appeared in their minds. The iceberg sword Luo Feng, support brother Yan. The Purple Cloud Pavilion needs to give an explanation. Otherwise, there is really no need for it to continue operating. Just at this crucial moment, the iceberg sword, Luo Feng, suddenly spoke up. Clearly, the iceberg sword wanted to use this opportunity to make his presence known, to make the following auction more favorable to him. The iceberg sword represented the ice snow mountain manor supporting Yen Xian. For a moment, the situation was in Yen Xian's favor. However, it was strange. The wind-chasing sect's new talent, Wan Ling, was in the future. Otherwise, he would have voiced his support as well. We support young Master Yen. The Purple Cloud Pavilion needs to apologize. Right. Apologize. Apologize. Excited voices rang out in the vast Purple Cloud Pavilion, sounding like the roar of a tsunami, ear-splitting. Xiao Chen observed very carefully. At this moment, Lan Luo's great, desolate Ian bloodline became increasingly obvious, showing that she was on the verge of going berserk. Fei, said somewhat angrily, how can this group of people be like this? They can clearly tell who is right and who is wrong with one glance. Could it be that they are all blind? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, this is called having too many fools and not enough intelligence. All these people seek is a temporary event. They do not care about right or wrong. Yet they still numb themselves, thinking that they are righteous. How can it be like this? Fei expressed her confusion. Nothing is impossible. You will not find it strange after seeing it many times. You will understand in the future. However, I am going to make an offer. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his calm gaze. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out amid the sea of apologies. Dazzling sunlight, true flame. 3 million spirit jades. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly transmitted to the minds of everyone present. The tide-like whistling sound seemed to have suddenly encountered a heavy blow and came to an abrupt stop. The place fell into a strange silence. Who is it? Who is so blind as to dare to go against the trend and call out a bid of 3 million spirit jades amid the wave-like cries? Miss Lan Luo, what's wrong? Does my offer not count? Lan Luo, who was on the verge of going berserk, suddenly sobered up at this moment. Damn it! What am I doing? I can't even handle such a small matter. How am I going to inherit the clan in the future? Lan Luo withdrew all her aura, and a profound look appeared in her eyes as she looked at the VIP room where Xiao Chen was. Then she said, VIP number 3, dazzling sunlight, true flame, bids 3 million spirit jades. Is there anyone willing to make a higher offer? The cocky smile on Yen Xian's face froze at this moment, turning sinister and scary. It's you. Yen Xian could tell that the one who spoke in VIP room 3 was Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, how dare you spoil my plans again? Are you tired of living? Yen Xian's enraged voice rang out from the VIP room, making everyone present feel his rage. 4 million. However, what answered Yen Xian was Xiao Chen's indifferent bid. It looks like you are really tired of living. 5 million. I will kill your entire family. 6 million. Yen Xian, swear that I will kill you. 7 million. Boom. Accompanied by an explosion, the table in Yen Xian's VIP room seemed to shatter from Yen Xian's palm strike. The sound of the explosion was exceptionally clear in this silent place. Every time Yen Xian said something, Xiao Chen would indifferently add 1 million spirit jades. This made everyone feel that Yen Xian's threat was laughable. Why aren't you saying anything? Let's continue. Every time you say something, I will add 1 million. Don't you want the dazzling sunlight, true flame? Let's see how much wealth you have. Continue cursing, and let's continue playing. The cold voice from VIP room 3 wafted out. That chill made everyone shiver. When the Ice Mountain sword Luo Feng heard this, he immediately chose not to speak. Luo Feng did not want to offend such a rich and overbearing person. If Luo Feng fancied something and got into a fight with the other party, raising the price, it would be very troublesome. Seeing Yen Xian's current appearance, Luo Feng rationally chose not to get involved. In the hearts of everyone present, one word came to mind: domineering. What was true tyrannical? One did not need a glib tongue. One was rich and overbearing, suppressing others until they did not dare to say anything. This was true tyrannical. Let me ask you, do you dare to play? Chapter 1589. Senior brother, I'll go look for our sex elders and get them to pay with some spirit jades. There's no need to fear this Xiao Qin, one of the junior brothers said in unison. Collecting his thoughts, the auction began. Xiao Qin thought for a while and decided to help Luo Nan obtain the sword. When Luo Nan heard this, he rejoiced in his heart. A cold wind sword, forged by great master Qian Tai, would definitely be one of the best among superior grade, profound weapons. Xiao Sua nodded and said that is natural. He is one of the 10 great refiners of the Grave Sea Cluster. This was especially so for his attainments in swordsmithing. He had reached the pinnacle of swordsmithing, and there were few who could compare to him. This sword should be Grandmaster's early work, but its value is definitely not low. 6 million. Even if we have money, that's not how we spend it. Xiao Qin nodded. I bought this sword for you. As a swordsman, who wouldn't love to have a sword that they admired? Lan Luo smiled faintly. Then she looked at booth 3 with interest in her gaze. All the rank 3 sects of the entire Grave Sea Cluster were gathered there. That was where the true elites gathered. However, the resources, spiritual energy, and natural treasures in the Grave Sea were all at the peak of the outside world. Luo Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. No need. If he likes it, let him have it, as long as he's alive to take it. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused an uproar of discussion. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. Just who was this Xiao Qin? Ordinary people could not continue to dive. A slightly larger wave could kill a perfected one. Big brother, buy it for me. I want it. Xiao Qin fell into deep thought when he heard this, and then he looked at Xiao Sua and asked, Is this master Qian Tai very famous? No matter where it was, martial artists who practiced the sword would always be the mainstream. This was the mentality of humans. Since it was someone else who was paying, they would definitely buy the expensive one. If they bought the cheap one, they would feel that they had suffered a loss. Xiao Qin smiled and allowed Luo Nan to continue watching. Right now, he wanted to give Luo Nan a sword. But that Ice Peak sword... However, Luo Nan started to worry in the blink of an eye. Big brother is indeed big brother, domineering indeed. The bid of 7 million spirit jades shocked everyone present. No one made a move, and Xiao Qin obtained the dazzling sunlight true flame as he wished. That was not how logic worked. Not only could he order around a late-stage, major primal core ferocious beast, but he was also wealthy and overbearing. His strength was unfathomable. The flagpole was covered in rust. The blood-colored flag was in tatters, and the pattern drawn on it was blurry. Venerable, you live in the Grave Sea all year round. There are often people who risk crossing the sea for the sake of a sword strike. As long as one was alive, it was impossible that one did not even have the right to buy something. In that case, he might really have followed the right big brother. However, this price did not last for long. Xiao Qin, who was in VIP room 3, made his own bid. The price soared very quickly, but it was not as exaggerated as the dazzling sunlight true fire. After all, not everyone was as rich as alchemists. It's over. Next up, the auction item is a little special. It's also the last treasure of the day. This is a flag, an ancient pirate flag. As for the discussions of the many cultivators in the hall below, Xiao Qin chose to ignore them. Congratulations to VIP room 3 for 1,600,000 spirit jades for the great master Qian Tai's cold wind sword. Lan Luo's pretty eyes filled with doubt. She felt even more curious about the identity of the master of VIP room 3. Right. Anything is possible. Since the Purple Cloud Pavilion said that it is the work of the great master Qian Tai, there should be some guarantee. Immediately, a tattered, blood-colored flag appeared in front of everyone. If one really went to compete for this dazzling, sunlight true fire, one might have to raise the price to 10 million spirit jades before one could obtain it. Even now, it was still a forbidden land. The seawater was formed from the melting of many ancient stars. It was not water in the ordinary sense. Ferocious beasts lived at the bottom of the starry sea. In the center of every astral zone was a boundless sea, a true starry sea. This prevented Yin Xian from competing with them, as well as the others from bidding against them. However, I can't say that. Perhaps it is a bladesman. Perhaps the other party urgently needs spirit jades to break through. However, the ancient aura from the pirate banners made everyone feel a sense of shock from the oncoming aura. In the VIP room, Xiao Chen showed a calm expression. He was rather happy that he managed to obtain the item he wanted at an extremely low price. Naturally, he was happy. To think that it is the work of the great master Qian Tai. Just the name of the great master Qian Tai is worth 1 million spirit jades. No matter what Xiao Chen did, he would offend the other party. In that case, he might as well go all out. Even if Xiao Chen used the most disadvantageous method to exchange for 2 million spirit jades, he would still be able to obtain 200 million ordinary spirit jades. This Xiao Chen really does not know how many debts there are. He offended Yin Xian and offended the Ice Snow Sword. Firstly, it would be hard to compete with the other party in terms of wealth. Secondly, Xiao Chen feared the other party's revenge. After the pirate flag appeared, Xiao Suo became completely excited. At this moment, he was even more excited, so he asked Xiao Chen to bid 1,500,000 spirit jades. However, when Xiao Suo called out her bid, the crowd booed. Big brother Xiao Chen, this sword. Luo Nen asked as he looked at Xiao Chen. Being able to roam the forbidden starry sea once already gave one the right to brag to others for life. After Lan Luo's subordinates brought out the auction item, she stood before the stage and pulled back the red cloth. Lan Luo did her best to explain the history of the pirate flag, attracting the attention of everyone present. The most important thing was that Xiao Chen had never feared those two from the very start. Could they be elite disciples of rank 3 sects who came out for experiential training? Thinking about it, that was indeed possible. Kassier, Pooh. The reason it was called the Grave Sea was that there were many strange graves in that sea region, dotting the boundless starry sea. Xiao Chen really wanted to know who the honored guest in VIP room 3 was. Fei was somewhat flabbergasted. Big brother Xiao Chen was truly a generous guest, taking out so many spirit jades in one go. For pirates, roaming the starry sea was their goal. 7 million spirit jades, going once, going twice, going thrice. Sold. This was discovered by a cultivator in the Grave Sea. This proves that the owner of the pirate flag had a high status in the past. Big brother Xiao Chen, do you really have 7 million spirit jades? Even though Xiao Chen had agreed to the other party's request, he still remembered it. After Lan Luo finished her introduction, she announced the start of the bidding. Xiao Suo rejoiced in his heart. Originally, he had been somewhat worried about Xiao Chen's wealth. Now he was no longer worried. However, this pirate flag was only worth 1 million spirit jades. Beyond that, anyone who bought it would be a fool. The auction continued. Xiao Suo's eyes were wide open, hoping to win the most expensive and valuable treasure. At the crucial moment, Xiao Suo risked defending Yin Xian to help him. The starting bid for the pirate flag is 5 million spirit jades. Those who are interested can make a bid now. However, there were more important things to do right now. The center of the Grave Sea cluster was the Grave Sea. When the price reached 1 million spirit jades, the number of competitors decreased. This pirate flag was indeed pretty good. Just based on its historical value, It was worth 1,000,000 spirit jades. If it was just a coincidence, the previous owner of this pirate flag was not simple. If that was the case, it would not be worth it. One might as well suppress the other party with one's aura, defeating the other party psychologically. At 5,000,000 spirit jades, anyone who bought it would be a fool, even more foolish than a fool. Congratulations. This esteemed guest in VIP room 3 obtained the dazzling sunlight true flame. Of course, 7,000,000 spirit jades was nothing. This is a very old pirate flag. We are appraisers. Although our appraisers did not identify its origins, it has at least 10,000 years of history. Inside the private room, the wine cup in Bing Fingjin's hand instantly shattered. Luo Feng's expression turned frighteningly cold. Xiao Chen nearly spat out the wine in his mouth. He put down the wine cup and looked at Xiao Si. Are you sure? There were many independent starry seas in the universe, famous forbidden lands of the great thousand realms. To pirates, such an existence was an honor. Xiao Chen said indifferently, it's fine. There are many things in this world that can be tolerated. However, if I am afraid to even buy a sword, why would I come to this purple cloud pavilion? I wonder who sent it up. To think that they are not using the work of great master Qian Tai. When Xiao Chen called out his bid, the crowd was shocked. Luo Feng actually did not raise the bid. The first day of the Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual large-scale auction welcomed the final item. Suddenly, the Bingfeng Jian, Luo Feng, spoke. The remaining swordsmen competing could not help but shake their heads and stop bidding. In that case, after buying it and researching it, 1,000,000 spirit jades would be a great profit. However, it was clear that Luo Feng was overthinking. Xiao Chen only wanted to buy the dazzling sunlight true flame. The next item is a treasure sword, the Cold Wind Sword, a superior grade profound tool. More importantly, it was forged by a grave sea great master Qian Tai. Its quality is guaranteed. The starting bid for the Cold Wind Sword is 100,000 spirit jades. Swordsmen interested in bidding, you can start bidding now. However, after thinking about it, Xiao Chen understood. Luo Feng and Yan Xian were preparing to snatch it after the auction. In reality, they did not know that regardless of whether it was cheap or valuable, they would be earning it for free. Chapter 1590. Xiao Chen was deep in thought. He still needed the pirate flag. A good pirate flag on the bow of a ship could greatly increase the defenses of a pirate ship. Many of the top pirate flags could even raise the quality of a pirate ship by several grades. The pirate flag was not just a decoration or a symbol for a pirate ship. However, the pirate flag in front of them was dilapidated and ancient. It was obvious that it only had some historical value left. There was another value. This was a pirate flag found in the Grave Sea. To some pirates with connections to the Starry Sea, it was of great value as a collector's item. Perhaps the pirate leader Xiao Suo had his eyes on this last point. Since you've made your choice, then state your price. Since he had already promised Xiao Suo, Xiao Chen would naturally bid for it for him. He was just afraid that he would regret it. However, this power belonged to Xiao Suo, so Xiao Chen couldn't say much. 5,000,000. An excited voice rang out in the silent auction hall. It was Xiao Suo. The crowd was in an uproar. Whispers could be heard everywhere. Damn, there's really an idiot buying this lousy flag. Talents. Haha, the people in booth number 3 are all weirdos. This thing is worth 1,000,000 spirit jades at most. It is not worth it. Soft voices of ridicule resounded throughout the hall. Yet Xiao Suo didn't care in the slightest. After a while, no one else made a bid. This made Lan Luo, who was on the platform, somewhat anxious. This flag was no ordinary pirate flag. It had a great origin. However, the praisers of the Purple Cloud Pavilion could not completely identify it. Even so, the starting bid was 5,000,000 primordial spirit stones. Now that there was no second bidder, he could only bid for it with 5,000,000 spiritual jades. But this thing, apart from those who were truly spendthrift, who would buy it? Basically, no one was bidding for it. 5 million twice. 5 million going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to guest number 3 for obtaining today's finale item. This auction has come to an end. Later, it will be time for the market to trade. Many of the treasures that weren't selected can be purchased directly. Lan Luo bowed slightly, revealing a smile. Her fair skin stunned the entire place once more. After getting off the stage in the backstage attic, Xiaolan, you did well. You did not panic in the face of danger, and your temperament has improved. A luxurious and beautiful woman in her 40s said with a smile. Lan Luo smiled mischievously. However, she could not help but think of the guest in VIP number 3 who had helped her a lot. Auntie Bai, can you let me deliver the auction item to room 3? The beautiful woman addressed as Aunt Bai looked at Lan Luo and smiled. Strange. You have never taken the initiative to send an auction item to a guest before. Just let me go. I just want to meet the owner of VIP number 3. Lan Luo whined, shaking Auntie Bai's arm. Auntie Bai looked at the radiant Lan Luo and sighed. I'm afraid of you. Fortunately, your Auntie Bai is a woman. Otherwise, no man would be able to endure your torment. Hee, thank you, Aunt Bai. Aunt Bai is the best. You'd better not regret it. The owner of VIP room number 3 is an old man, according to the information. I don't believe you. Along with Xiao Chen's auction items, Xiao Chen headed to VIP room 3, feeling a little uneasy along the way. Although Lan Luo felt that Auntie Bai was joking, she still felt dubious. However, she did not overthink it. She was just curious. Furthermore, she did need to thank Xiao Chen. Lan Luo had an extraordinary background and started to stand on her own at a young age. She had seen all sorts of outstanding men and had long since passed the age of first awakening of love. She was a young girl who still harbored unrealistic fantasies about love. Dong! 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 There was knocking on the door. Xiao Sua immediately stood up impatiently. He smiled and said it must be. The auction item is here. Big brother, I'll go and open the door. Creak! The door opened and Xiao Sua was immediately stunned. As he looked at Lan Luo, who was right in front of him, he gulped continuously, making gulping sounds. Xiao Sua wished that his eyeballs could drill into that snow-white expanse. Lan Luo's heart skipped a beat. Unexpectedly, the person in VIP room 3 was also such a lecher. Putting on a polite smile, Lan Luo said softly, "This is your auction item." To express my gratitude, Lan Luo personally delivered it. However, Xiao Sua was still staring, not hearing what the other party said. Xiao Chun thought that something had happened. He said, "Xiao Sua, invite the guest in. After settling the bill, we still have to go to the Pirate Alliance." A familiar voice came from the guest room, making Lan Luo's heart skip a beat. Xiao Sua also startled to his senses. He quickly said, sorry, come in quickly. However, Xiao Sua was somewhat embarrassed to discover that Lan Luo had already entered before him. Lan Luo's body seemed to give off a strange light. The moment she entered, the entire room lit up. Xiao Chen was somewhat absent-minded. This was the so-called radiance, radiating in all directions. However, he quickly calmed down. Unexpectedly, Miss Lan Luo personally delivered it. Thank you for the trouble. Xiao Sua, Luo Nan, check your auction items. After verifying that there are no mistakes, I'll settle the bill. Xiao Chen stood up and nodded politely. At the same time, he naturally picked up the white crystal containing the dazzling sunlight true flame. A spot of fiery light shone in the crystal, illuminating the surroundings. After sensing it for a while, Xiao Chen verified that there was no mistake. On the other side, Xiao Sua waved the tattered, scarlet pirate banner with an exceptionally excited expression. It was like he was traveling through the vast starry sea. Luo Nan and Fei were both checking the cold wind sword. It was clear that the two were rather happy. It was indeed a good sword. It gave off a cold light, showing an unparalleled sharpness. When the sword was drawn, a cold wind howled. If I recall correctly, the 3 auction items are worth a total of 13,600,000 spirit jades. However, I do not have that many inferior grade spirit jades. How do I use medial grade spirit jades? Miss Lan Luo, please help me calculate. Lan Luo thought for a while before replying. If we use medial grade spirit jades, that would be 130,000 medial grade spirit jades. Our Purple Cloud Pavilion can give a 20% discount if we use medial grade spirit jades. I can personally help increase the discount. Round it up to 80,000 medial grade spirit jades. That should be enough. Xiao Chun thought to himself, medial grade spirit jades are really valuable. This girl is really straightforward. Just the small change is enough. Miss Lan Luo is really straightforward. Xiao Chun counted and handed the 80,000 medial grade spirit jades to the other party. Lan Luo casually received it and looked at Xiao Qin. She said, "Many thanks to young Master Xiao Qin for helping us earlier. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." Help? Xiao Chun was stunned for a while before reacting. He smiled and said, "The consequences would indeed be dire. I wonder how many people would die." The moment Xiao Chen said that, Lan Luo immediately raised her guard and quickly calmed down. A cold light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. What did the other party see? However, Lan Luo quickly hid her surprise. She said seriously, "No matter what, I still have to thank young Master Xiao Qin. I'll send you out of the city. With the Purple Cloud Pavilion escorting you, I can guarantee your safety." "There's no need. We still have to go to the Pirate Alliance." Lan Luo could not help feeling somewhat angry. To think that Xiao Qin did not appreciate her kindness at all. When Lan Luo saw the pirate flag in Xiao Sua's hand, she suddenly thought of something and said, "Young Master Xiao Qin, can you sell this flag to me? I can increase the price by 30%. Damn it, what are you trying to do? Even if you want to trade for this flag, I will not sell it." When Xiao Sua heard this, he immediately tensed up and cautiously looked at Lan Luo. Lan Luo's expression changed slightly, immediately feeling very angry. What kind of analogy is this? What does he think I am? In that case, I wish you all good luck. Forgive me for not sending you off. Lan Luo was truly angered. First, Xiao Chun did not appreciate her kindness. Then Xiao Sua spoke nonsense. Then she turned and left. Xiao Sua showed a confused expression. What's wrong with that woman? She was so friendly when she opened the door, yet she left just like that. I still wanted to chat with her for a while longer. Xiao Qin could not be bothered with Lan Luo. He only looked at that ancient pirate flag and entered deep thought. Perhaps this pirate flag was indeed valuable. Based on Lan Luo's appearance, she seemed to really want to buy it. Big brother Xiao Qin, I think that Miss Lan Luo had good intentions, wanting to protect us. However, we angered her and drove her away. Everyone misunderstood. Fei, or said somewhat timidly. Xiao Qin nodded and smiled. I know. However, we cannot leave yet. We can only leave after we treat Luo Nan. We also have to make a trip to the Pirate Alliance. While we are outside, we cannot casually accept favors from others. Furthermore, if these 2 clowns dare to mess around, there is really nothing to fear. What had Xiao Qin not experienced before? These 2 clowns before him were truly nothing. In his rich experience, they could not even be considered the main characters. Chapter 1591. On the other side, Lan Luo returned to Annie Bai's side with an unsightly expression. Then, she handed over the money from Xiao Chen's auction. 80,000 medial grade spirit jades? This discount is really impressive. Why did you take a liking to him? Auntie Bai teased as she looked at Lan Luo. However, Lan Luo's expression seemed somewhat strange. Lan Luo shook her head and said, Auntie Bai, don't laugh at me. However, the owner of VIP room 3 seem to have figured out my identity. That can't be. How can anyone figure it out in this place? However, even if it is, it does not matter. After your experiential training ends next month, you will return to the headquarters. After the experiential training ends, returning to the headquarters? A strange light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. The headquarters was a complicated and heavy place. To hide from some things, she had to come to this desolate Purple Sun region. However, no matter how much she hid, from the moment she was born, it was destined that some things could not be changed. The blood that flowed in her body would not change. Andy Bai, send people to protect those people in secret. I believe that the Ice Snow Sword and Yen Xan will definitely make a move on him, Lan Luo said softly after collecting her thoughts. Although Xiao Chun rejected her kind intentions and did not admit that he had helped her before, he still had to repay this favor. Haha, this is really rare. This is the first time I've seen you take the initiative to plead on someone's behalf. Lan Luo argued. This is not considered pleading. Protecting the guest's safety has always been the aim of our Purple Cloud Pavilion. That is within the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Outside the Purple Cloud Pavilion, no one can do anything about it. This is the rule of Purple Sun City. However, Auntie Bai did not agree to Lan Luo's request. She said softly, "You should know that Purple Sun City has existed for thousands of years. Many of its rules have been imperceptibly influenced. Although there are no explicit rules, everyone understands them. Otherwise, there will be chaos." When Lan Luo heard this, she felt slightly stunned. Then she understood. This Purple Sun City was already at the edge of the territory of the noble clans. Those rank 2 sects knew the existence behind the Purple Cloud Pavilion and did not dare to mess around with the Purple Cloud Pavilion. However, the Purple Cloud Pavilion was doing business after all. They could not openly offend those factions. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not fall out with them. I understand. Auntie Bai nodded and said, "It's good that you understand. To the headquarters, Purple Sun City is more of a longing for tradition." After Auntie Bai left, a strange light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. She said softly, "Dark Moon, you should understand what I mean. Go." In the darkness, there was no response from anyone. Only upon closer inspection would one discover that there seemed to be one less shadow in the room. Since he could not use the Purple Cloud Pavilion strength, he could only use his personal guards. Xiao Chun led Fabe, and the others out of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. A few figures flashed continuously, following closely behind him. However, Xiao Chun didn't seem to notice. He only sneered in his heart. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow. Xiao Chun finally exited the steps of the Purple Cloud Pavilion and arrived on the streets of Purple Sun City, heading for the Pirate Alliance. "Brother Xiao Chun, why the need to leave so quickly? The auction is very awe-inspiring. After you come out, are you going to run away with your tail between your legs?" A voice rang out, and a cold intent assaulted Xiao Chun, startling the people behind Xiao Chun. "There's no need to bother with them. Continue walking," Xiao Chun said indifferently. He did not stop walking, continuing to walk unhurriedly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, just at this moment, 2 figures appeared from behind. The Ice Snow Sword held his sword and smiled faintly. "Brother Xiao, why are you in such a rush to leave?" Yen Xian looked at Xiao Chun and said softly, "I overestimated you. I thought you had some magic skill. It turns out that you are just running away. Do you think you can leave?" In the distance, many cultivators coming out of the Purple Cloud Pavilion immediately noticed the situation here. They immediately felt excited. Indeed, how could the Ice Snow Sword and Yen Xian possibly let Xiao Chun off? However, they did not know why the wind-chasing sect's new talent, Feng Buyu, did not show up. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction already brought 2 new talents, but Feng Buyu did not show up. Otherwise, this place would be even more bustling. Yen Xian looked at the ice snow sword and smiled. Brother Luo, it seems like no one in this vast purple sun region can make us attack at the same time. The ice snow sword said softly, there will always be some people in this world. Before they learn a lesson, they will always think that they are infallible. Earlier in Idle Cloud Restaurant, the ice snow sword Luo Feng already disliked Xiao Chen's group. However, Luo Feng felt that there was no need to start a fight over one sentence. Now, it looked like these people were really shameless. Do they think that they can do whatever they want in Purple Sun City just because they have a minor primal core venerate? However, speaking of which, that girl following behind him is rather nice to look at. Yen Xian glanced at Fape and a look of lust flashed in his eyes. It looked like he was the one who incited that disciple to molest Fape earlier. As the two spoke, they treated Xiao Chen's group like air. This made the people who came out of the purple cloud pavilion in the distance shake their heads. These two were toying with Xiao Chen like that. These two did not care about him at all. Clearly, they were extremely confident in their own strength. They only felt pity for Xiao Chen. He really should not have offended these two. The Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor were both rank 2 sects of the Purple Sun region. Furthermore, these two were the peak new talents of their sections. How could they be so easily offended? However, no one noticed that rage had appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes at some point in time. Although Xiao Chen had killed people and gotten angry since he stepped into Purple Cloud City, he had never truly gotten angry. Xiao Chen said indifferently, I'll leave the white-clad one to you. I know that you have been wanting to make a move for a long time. Ha ha ha. I was waiting for you to say that. Xiao Suo, who was carrying the pirate flag, laughed loudly. His figure flickered, looking like a black tornado. Dust flew up from the ground. Then, under Xiao Suo's rage, it turned into powder. Xiao Suo used the scarlet pirate flag as a saber and swung it down. The tattered flag fluttered and gave off a low hum. Eventually, it buzzed and trembled. Unexpectedly, this tattered flag gave off a piercing, berserk whistling sound. The surrounding crowd exclaimed. Unexpectedly, the first to make a move was Xiao Chen's side. The ice snow sword Luo Feng grasped his sword hilt with his right hand and said softly, It looks like this sword is going to drink the blood of a venerate again. When Xiao Chen drew his sword, a cold light spread out. Snow drifted down, and the entire space gave off a chill. It was so cold that it made everyone flustered. However, what was even more horrifying was the condensed sword light. It was so sharp that no one dared to look at it directly. The instant Luo Feng made his move, the Burning Moon sect's Yen Xian moved as well. Yen Xian and Luo Feng were like two extremes. Yen Xian's figure moved like a volcano erupting. His aura was incredibly berserk, and a burning bright moon soared up behind him. As the bright moon burned, its light encased Yen Xian's body. Then, Yen Xian gathered this energy into his fist. Immediately, Yen Xian's fist light burned with a resplendent light, no weaker than Luo Feng's sword light. How strong! Startled exclamations came from the crowd. Yen Xian and Luo Feng truly lived up to being the 3 strongest new talents of the Purple Sun region. If Yen Xian's punch landed, no one doubted that it could completely crush Xiao Chen. After all, Xiao Chen was a nobody. Furthermore, he was only an essence stage cultivator. How could he block the half-step primal core realm Yen Xian? Many people thought that this punch would instantly kill Xiao Chen. As for Xiao Suo on the other side, no one thought highly of him either. However, he was an early-stage minor primal core cultivator after all. He would not die so quickly. Senior brother, crush him with one punch. The Burning Moon sect disciples shouted incredibly loudly. They were extremely confident in Yen Xian and the others, their voices filled with pride. Die. As the fist approached, Yen Xian spat out a clear word. A berserk, scorching aura seemed like it wanted to burn Xiao Qin. With just you? You can't do that. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and threw a palm strike. Boom! A palm wind blew, and a bright moon also rose from behind Xiao Qin. That bright moon also burned. When the fist and palm met, neither moved back. The burning moon Sex Yen Xian looked at the other party in confusion, his face filled with horror. The vital qi and saber energy contained in Xiao Chen's palm strike, as well as the boundless veritable essence energy, made Yen Xian feel like he was facing a surging sea. Vast and profound. The crowd of onlookers was even more shocked. This scene was really out of their expectations. To think that they were evenly matched. Xiao Qin managed to block this punch. However, the even more shocking thing was yet to come. The bright moon behind Xiao Qin suddenly burned even more intensely. The moon was like fire, illuminating the sky for 5 kilometers around. Blood filled the sky. That was Xiao Chen's hot-bloodedness burning fiercely. This scene was very shocking. Yen Xian vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back and landed on the ground. The burning bright moon above Yen Xian's head shattered. He vomited another mouthful of blood, his complexion pale and devoid of color. Genius? You are merely SOSO. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the bright moon vanished. The blood scattered, leaving only a group of stunned Purple Sun City cultivators in the strong wind. Chapter 1592. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect such an ending. Originally, they were expecting Xiao Qin to explode with a single punch. Who knew that Xiao Chen would defeat Yen Xian with a single palm strike? However, this solution did not surprise Xiao Qin at all. The two of them were not opponents on the same level at all. Unless the other party really broke through to the primal core realm, he would not be able to put pressure on Xiao Qin. Otherwise, with the 10,000-year-old balefulline energy that Xiao Qin refined, his current veritable essence energy could easily withstand the other party's half-step primal core veritable essence energy. This was the difference in foundation, and it was not something that could be made up for by 1 or 2 small realms. Without the advantage of cultivation realm, it would be impossible for Xiao Qin to defeat Xiao Qin, whose will, mental state, strength, and Taoist rhyme were superior to his. Anu, who was hiding in the shadows, had a surprised look on her face. She muttered to herself, "Who is the person that Miss wants to protect?" The ice snow sword Luo Feng, who was fighting Xiao Suo, was stunned as well. He had not expected Xiao Qin to defeat Yen Xian so quickly, far surpassing his expectations. Damn it, how could it be like this? Yen Xian, that trash! For a moment he was under immense pressure. The fight with Xiao Suo was unexpectedly difficult. Xiao Suo was not an ordinary minor primal core venerate. Not only did he have rich combat experience, but his fighting style was also extremely valiant. Luo Feng's killing chi was startling. He believed that he had killed enough people, but the killing chi he accumulated was not enough before Xiao Suo. Xiao Suo was, after all, the leader of the pirates. He was a vicious person who kept his head low all year round. The Ice Peak sword Luo Feng was gravely mistaken from the start when he treated Xiao Qin as an ordinary early-stage minor primal core cultivator. Now, there was an additional Xiao Chen eyeing him from the side. Even if Xiao Qin did not make a move, he would still be under great pressure. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. The green robes should not be allowed to continue like this. In the future, there would always be a chance to get back at them. If they were to lose face like Yen Xian, then they would truly be finished. Thinking about this, Luo Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and 60% of his sword's soul condensed at the tip of his sword. The sword was unsheathed, the wind howled, and the snow and ice swept away. With a loud shout, he unleashed his peak sword strike. He wanted to advance as a way to retreat, seeking a dignified way to leave. Fight to the death with me? I'm not afraid of you. Who would have thought that Xiao Suo, who was truly enraged, would not be afraid in the slightest under his fierce sword strike. With the pirate flag in hand, he advanced instead of retreating. His aura merged with the heavens and the earth. As he leaped, it was as if the heavens and the earth were moving with him. The integration of heaven and earth was a technique that only supremacies could comprehend. As Xiao Sua's ferocious attack erupted, a mysterious scarlet light flashed on the tip of the pirate flag. Pu Xi. Luo Feng's perfect sword move suddenly had some openings. Xiao Qin raised his eyebrows. This flaw was a little strange. The so-called sword momentum and saber momentum referred to the complete momentum formed when the weapons were unleashed. From the looks of it, the edge of the sword or the edge of the blade only had one direction. It seemed like it could be broken from any other direction. But in reality, that was impossible unless there was a flaw in the shur. Otherwise, no matter how one changed, a bladesman or a swordsman could easily suppress one. The tip of the saber and the tip of the sword were just one point of attack. However, a flaw suddenly appeared in Luo Feng's sword move, surprising Xiao Qin. When the two clashed, they should have been equal. Given this, Luo Feng would suffer greatly. Indeed, it was as Xiao Qin expected. Xiao Sua ruthlessly grasped this opportunity. With a sinister smile, the pirate flag cut through Luo Feng's chest like a hot knife through butter. Boom! The pirate flag pinned Luo Feng to the ground. Pu Xi. Blood continuously leaked out of Luo Feng's mouth. He revealed a flustered and confused expression. How can it be like this? In Idle Cloud Restaurant, this old man showed you some respect. Don't think that I'm easy to bully. What did you say? I cannot casually discuss your Ice Peak sword title? This old man wants to say that you are trash. Clearly, the pirate leader had a bellyful of anger. Back then, he had just casually said a few words. However, this fellow had humiliated Xiao Sua in front of everyone, forcing him to drink a cup of wine. Since when had a junior humiliated Xiao Sua like this? The crowd was stunned. Unexpectedly, 2 of the 3 strongest new talents of the Purple Sun region were defeated so quickly. Xiao Chen, let me tell you this. This matter will not end here. The Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor are much more horrifying than you imagine. You absolutely will not be able to leave Purple Sun City. Luo Feng, who was pinned to the ground by the pirate flag, felt very sullen. This was the first time he had been humiliated like this since he made his debut. I will definitely return today's humiliation 100-fold. 100-fold? When Xiao Qin heard that, he was stunned for a moment. The human heart was truly hard to fathom. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the ice snow sword Luo Feng. You only sought your own humiliation. You can't blame others. Have you ever wondered why I did not slap you when I could have easily slapped you back in Idle Cloud Restaurant? It's not that I'm afraid of you or the Ice Snow Mountain Manor behind you. It's just that there is no need. However, after entering the Purple Cloud Pavilion, everyone has the right to auction off what they like. I did not do anything wrong. You are the one who forced me. Luo Feng did not listen to anything Xiao Qin said. He rudely interrupted and pointed at Xiao Qin, saying, "Shut up, you trash. I am the strongest new talent of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor. I am the Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng. How can you compare to me? You trash. Don't think that you are really incredible just because you trampled on me. I'll tell you this. Don't even think about it. Sorry, you are mistaken. I really never thought of it that way." Bang! Without any warning, Xiao Chen suddenly flicked his finger, and a sharp saber chi shot out. The ice snow sword Luo Feng's head flew off, drifting in the air. Luo Feng died with his eyes wide open. This was a result that he had not expected. Xiao Qin glanced back and saw Yan Xian lying on the ground. When Xiao Chen's gaze landed on him, Yan Xian felt an indescribable fear spread in his heart. Yan Xian circulated all his vital qi and crawled on the ground with great difficulty. all so that he could distance himself from Xiaoqin, this demon. Yan Xian was in a sorry state, crawling away in fright. There was no trace of his earlier arrogance or despotism. With just one look, Yan Xian was so frightened that he crawled on the ground. The people watching this scene were all stunned. They were speechless for a long time, completely flabbergasted. The shock of this scene was simply too great. "Let's go." Xiaoqin shook his head and did not make a move on Yan Xian. This person was already crippled. The crowd looked at the departing white figure, at the headless luo foam on the ground, and at the crawling Yan Xian. Such a result was simply unacceptable. 2 new talents had tried to kill Xiaoqin in a grand manner. However, one died, and the other lost all his dignity. White-robed Xiaoqin. This person is now famous in Purple Sun City. After this battle, the Purple Sun region has only one new talent left, Feng Buyu. I wonder where he came from. His aura, mental state, and strength all seem to surpass the Purple Sun region's 3 new talents. Just watch. This matter will not end so easily. The experts of the Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor will deal with this soon. Only after Xiaoqin was far away did the crowd burst into an uproar, turning incredibly noisy. At this moment, the last new talent that many people talked about, Feng Buyu, led the sect elders and disciples outside Purple Sun City, waiting for a certain person. The wind-chasing pavilion's group of people, led by Feng Buyu, waited quietly amid the surging yellow sand. Feng Buyu did not appear at the Purple Cloud Pavilion's auction, but he went outside Purple Sun City. Everyone found Feng Buyu's action strange. Gallop! Gallop! Suddenly, the sound of hooves rang out. An old man on a horse appeared in Feng Buyu's vision. When the owner of the horse saw the crowd in the distance, he quickly retreated in fright. "Senior brother, the target has appeared." Feng Buyu revealed a sinister smile as he said indifferently, "Martial uncle, I'll leave it to you." "Don't worry, he won't be able to run." The one who replied was actually a major Primal Core elder. Then his figure flashed, vanishing from everyone's sight. When this person reappeared, he was carrying a yellow-clad man and tossing him to the ground. The yellow-clad man was in incredible pain. Clearly, he had been tortured before he came. When this yellow-clad man recognized Feng Buyu, it was like he saw his savior. "Young Master Feng, I have no grudge with the wind-chasing pavilion. Why did you capture me?" Feng Buyu said sullenly, "Cut the crap. Let me ask you, where is the pirate flag that you obtained from the Grave Sea now?" Ah, upon hearing that, the yellow-clad man's face filled with panic. "What pirate flag? I don't know. I don't know anything. Beat him up ruthlessly. Beat him until he confesses everything." Feng Buyu instructed coldly, not bothering to speak nonsense. Chapter 1593. Let's go. I'll bring you to my friend to sell off the goods that Big Brother wants to sell. As the captain token continued to rise in rank, the privileges gained by the Pirate Alliance would increase. The periphery of the silhouette looked like a city wall. The black-clad old man laughed dryly. Just as he was about to speak to Xiaoqin, his expression suddenly changed. At the mention of the pirate hall, Xiao Suo felt deep veneration and some pride. The entire west side of the city was in a frenzy. Everyone was shouting at the top of their lungs, "The golden setting sun! Golden setting sun!" Xiaoqin reminded the others. Only then did Xiao Suo, Fei and Luonan reluctantly shift their gazes away from that 3-star pirate ship. Xiao Suo's incredibly rough and calloused hand slowly rubbed the rusted flagpole. Xiaoqin nodded and said calmly, "Xiaoqin greets, Senior Gouei." Xiao Suo smiled. Unexpectedly, he did not argue. When someone asked about the pirates, Xiao Suo was happy to answer. He smiled and said, "Naturally, it is difficult. There are only 109 star pirate captains in the entire Great Thousand Realms. As for pirate kings, there are only 7. From 1 star to 9 star, the difficulty of the subsequent tests increases with every increase in star. Words flickering with golden light were carved on the palace walls. After passing through the palace walls, there was a row of statues of famous pirate kings in history. This was the first time Xiao, Chen, Fei and the others entered, so they felt somewhat shocked. Old Gui, cut the crap. Hurry up. My big brother wants to sell off some goods. Just help me take a look and give me a good price, Xiao Suwa said somewhat impatiently. Rather than calling this a pirate hall, it would be more accurate to call it a pirate city made up of countless palaces. An unremarkable, tattered pattern appeared at the end of the flagpole. Its position was rather special. Piracy itself was not a very reputable occupation. The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Suwa and said, "Show me that pirate flag you are carrying." "Wang Suwa, I heard you change your name." When the black-clad old man saw Xiao Suwa, he immediately teased him rudely. "Xiao Suwa, what grade is your pirate ship?" No matter where one went in the bustling, purple sun city, one could feel a strong commercial atmosphere. Auction pavilions, medicine pavilions, profound weapon pavilions, and markets could be seen everywhere. Their voices boiled like a tsunami, each wave louder than the last. This Xiao Suwa seemed to be a pirate with a story. As the distance between them drew closer, Xiao Suwa said embarrassedly, "Old fogey, you are really well informed." Before Xiao Suwa could reply, the black-clothed old man stepped forward and directly snatched it away. Just the pirate ships that they built were a secret that many large sects could not grasp even to this day. One's martial prowess is the foundation. After that, the distance traveled and the completion of the Pirate Alliance's missions will add points. Only the west side of the city presented a completely different appearance. It was as if they had walked into another city. I remember hearing about the Golden Setting Sun Pirate Group when I was young, Luo Nan said somewhat uncertainly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Suwa said somewhat embarrassedly, "Pirate ships are divided into 9 stars. Above the 9 stars are kings, and above kings are legends. That broken ship of mine is not good enough. It is not even 1 star. Golden Setting Sun. Only by becoming legends would their statues be erected in every pirate alliance." "How many stars are you?" As the group spoke, a shadow suddenly shrouded them. When they looked up, they discovered an incredibly tyrannical, huge pirate ship slowly descending from the sky. "Me. I had a chance to become a 3-star pirate ship in the past. However, there is no need to mention the past. Now I am not good enough." That was the 3-star pirate ship, the Golden Setting Sunday. It stood out among the group of 1-star and 2-star pirate ships, like a king, receiving the treatment of the stars. "TSK, you must be bragging." All the pirates cheered. Only Xiao Suwa showed a somewhat complicated expression as he said softly, "It came from the Purple Sun region. It is also the only 3-star pirate group in the Purple Sun region. It is the pride of all the Purple Sun region's pirates." Xiao Sua's voice sounded somewhat dispirited. As he carried the tattered pirate flag, he appeared somewhat miserable. He said weakly, "Indeed, I can only brag. I am just a mediocre pirate." The Pirate Alliance of Purple Sun City was located in the west of the city, in a desolate and vast lake in the inner city. It looked like aside from being strong, this Golden Setting Sun pirate group should have some special history. Otherwise, it would not receive such treatment. Some of the rust on the pirate flag peeled off, and the pole of the pirate flag gave off a faint scarlet light. Xiao Suwa explained excitedly as he carried the pirate flag. Along the way, Xiao Qin did not say anything. However, he saw everything. The helpless expression on Xiao Sua's face quickly disappeared. Then he smiled and led the way. Overall, it looked like a palace, but also a huge independent castle. The procedures for handing over the captain's medallion was not complicated. In the palace that specialized in such matters, Xiao Qin successfully obtained his own captain's medallion. Let's go. Just take a look at someone else's honor. I still have to go to the pirate hall to sell some things. The handover procedures need to be done quickly as well. Soon, the strange feeling vanished. What appeared before them was a world of connected palaces. The vast lake, which was originally filled with pirate ships, suddenly parted, revealing an empty lake. It was indeed very old. It was a somewhat sloppy, black-clad old man with wrinkles all over his face and an ancient expression. "Is it difficult?" Faye asked after seeing the magnificent scene before her. She seemed to be very interested in pirates. "I told you to take it, so take it. Be quick." The scene was very spectacular. If one did not know what was going on, one would think that this was a port. When Xiao Qin heard that, he felt somewhat stunned. Why? There was a blue clump of light at the shore of the lake, giving off a watery glow. Faye asked interestedly, "How do I raise my rank as a captain?" At every moment, there were pirate ships taking off and landing. The place was very busy. Simply put, I have no money. Also, my rank is not high enough. Any pirate can freely purchase a mediocre pirate ship, but a one-star pirate ship requires the identity of a one-star captain. On the bow of the ship was a golden pirate flag. The flag was painted with a golden setting sun, and below the setting sun were embroidered 3 resplendent golden stars. After looking for a while, Xiao Qin and the others passed through the blue water screen. Everyone had a strange feeling, like the world was spinning. After passing through the streets of the western part of the city, a vast lake appeared before the group. Many pirate ships filled the lake. That is easy to deal with. I have some old friends in Purple Sun City's pirate hall. Come, big brother, I'll bring you there. That is the pirate hall, the core of the pirate alliance. Even the Cloud Sea realm cannot break into that place. It is absolutely secure. You are overthinking. When those bastards of yours came to repair my ship, they told me about it. This should be the new captain of the Black Scimitar, right? The blue clump of light grew larger and clearer. Indeed, it was the silhouette of a palace. Suddenly, Xiao Qin raised his eyebrows in shock. The flagpole actually slowly turned bright. Xiao Suo was very familiar with this. He was a pirate leader in the first place. He had also bought his new pirate ship from the Pirate Alliance. When Xiao Qin looked around, he felt shocked. He saw several pirate ships that were unbelievably strong. Xiao Suo's pirate ship was extremely inconspicuous among the numerous pirate ships. After about 7 minutes, Xiao Qin met with Xiao Suo's old friend in the underground palace. The black-clad old man said unhurriedly as he looked at Xiao Qin, "From today onwards, Xiao Qin was a legitimate pirate. Compared to the Alchemist Guild and the Wanxiang Pagoda, the Pirate Alliance was somewhat special. While it looked loose in reality, it had a clear division of labor and many different organizations." Faye looked at the 3-star pirate group with a fervent gaze, not noticing Xiao Suo's strange expression. She smiled and said, "I knew that you were bragging. Look at how incredible the 3-star pirate group is. The entire city is cheering for it." The black-clad old man's expression changed drastically. He exclaimed in horror, "The Scarlet Blood War Banner! The legendary Scarlet Blood Pirate Kings, Scarlet Blood War Banner." The Pirate Alliance's full name was the Great Thousand Realms Pirate Professional Alliance. This was a special alliance that treated piracy as a profession. The Pirate Alliance had the largest underground market in Purple Sun City. It was the fastest and most convenient place to sell some illegal goods. "What are you looking at?" "This is my treasure." "It is not for sale," Xiao Suo said anxiously. As Xiao Qin held the pirate token, he entered deep thought. To him, this might be a good card to play. The pirates everywhere stopped what they were doing and ran to the shore to cheer. The Great Thousand Realms Pirate Alliance. "Big brother, you have accepted my pirate ship. You need to go to the pirate hall to register it and formally obtain an identity medallion. Chapter 1594. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Upon hearing the black-clad old man say this name, Xiao Suo could no longer remain calm. Old Gui, don't lie to me. Even the appraisers of the Purple Cloud Pavilion could not appraise it, and you know it just by touching it? The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Suo with disdain. Everyone has their own specialties. How many years have I been in the Pirate Alliance? How many times have I gone to the sea? Those appraisers do not even know how many pirate kings the Pirate Alliance has produced. How can they compare to me? However, they must have noticed the extraordinariness of this pirate flag. It's just that they could not appraise it. Am I right? Seeing Xiao Suo's shocked expression, old Gui clicked his tongue and said, I know the answer just by looking at your expression. However, this thing is too troublesome. I suggest you hand it over to the Pirate Alliance. That way, you can directly rise to a 3-star captain. However, you will have to choose how to do it. Xiao Suo showed a complicated expression in his heart. He looked at Xiao Qin and said, Big brother, you make the decision. After all, you are the one who paid for this pirate flag. When Xiao Qin heard that, he felt confused. He waved his hand and said, Wait a moment. Tell me what's going on first. The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Qin and asked, What's going on? Did you see those statues before you entered the Pirate Alliance? I saw them. Xiao Suo told me that one is qualified to have a statue erected in front of the Pirate Alliance only by becoming a legend among pirate kings. Old Gui nodded and said that's right. However, outsiders do not know how difficult it is. To ordinary pirates, the identity of a pirate king is already a legendary character. However, every pirate king's lifelong goal is to have their own statue erected in front of the Pirate Alliance after they die, for later generations to worship. However, just becoming a pirate king is not enough. One needs to be a legend among legends to have the qualifications. The Pirate Alliance was established not long after the martial epic began. However, there are less than 100 legendary pirate kings. Since the birth of the martial epic, there had been less than 100 legendary pirate kings. This was really difficult. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. Then he reacted and said, The Scarlet Blood Pirate King is one of them. Yes, he's the one holding the blood-colored war flag in the statue. Now you know how high his position is in the hearts of the pirates, and the flag that made him famous has actually reappeared in the world. It goes without saying how valuable it is. Xiao Suo interrupted. Most importantly, every legendary pirate king would bury their treasures in the depths of the sea after their death. Having the Scarlet Blood War banner is equivalent to having the possibility of inheriting the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures. This is also why old Gui suggested that I hand it over to the Pirate Alliance. This is because it is too valuable. If news of it leaked out, it would immediately startle the entire Purple Sun region. That's not right. The entire Grave Sea cluster would be shaken. When Xiao Qin heard that, he had to be cautious. On the other side, Luo Nan and Fei were somewhat startled. Xiao Suo smiled foolishly and said, What a surprise! I didn't expect my eyes to be so sharp. It's the legendary Pirate King's war flag. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King is the pirate I admire the most. Rumor has it that he has cleared all 7 forbidden starry seas without exception. There is no place in the boundless starry heavens that his Scarlet Blood Pirate group cannot reach. I caught a legend. The sloppy, black-clad old Gui smiled coldly and said, Stop dreaming. Think about how to protect yourself first. I don't believe that there is an impenetrable wall in this world. Xiao Suo felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, chilling his heart. Damn it, what should I do? Normally, if I could become a 3-star pirate, I would smile even in my dreams. However, I can only become a 3-star captain while holding the Scarlet Blood War banner. I really can't accept this. Xiao Qin, who was standing at the side, appeared rather calm. After all, this Scarlet Blood War banner was just a tattered banner right now. Let me take a look at the war banner. When Xiao Chen received the war banner from old Gui's hands, his first reaction was that it was heavy, far heavier than he had imagined. Following that, a boundlessly ancient aura spread from his palm to his entire body. It was like scenes of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King from a distant era appearing in Xiao Chen's mind. An intense battle hunger spread throughout his entire body. His blood surged endlessly. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. No wonder Xiao Suo held the upper hand in his battle with the ice snow sword, easily defeating him. It looked like this was closely related to the war banner. This was truly a good treasure. If this war flag was repaired, just how powerful would it be as a weapon? Big brother, what do you think? Even now, Xiao Suo was still somewhat nervous and excited. When he spoke, he could not speak fluently. Xiao Qin handed the war banner to Xiao Suo. Then he turned calmly to the black-clad old man and asked, Senior Gui, how confident are you of repairing this war banner to its peak? The sloppy old man shook his head and replied, I do not have that ability. At best, I can recover 20% of its peak might. However, the greatest use of this pirate war banner is to raise the overall strength of the pirate ship. Xiao Chen smiled and said, Senior Gui is really humble. To be able to recover 20% is already very incredible. I would like to do business with Senior Gui. When Xiao Chen first saw Senior Gui, he felt that the other party was extraordinary. When the other party appraised the Scarlet Blood War banner, Xiao Chen was certain of his guess. I only do big business. Coincidentally, I want to do big business. 1 million medial-grade spirit jades. Is that big enough? The moment Xiao Chen said that, Senior Gui withdrew the smile on his face and slowly turned grave. His eyes released a sharp light, as though he wanted to see through Xiao Chen completely. Unfortunately, Senior Gui could only fail. His aura and gaze did not put any pressure on Xiao Chen. Senior Gui said sullenly, 1 million medial-grade spirit jades. Xiao Chen, white-robed Xiao Chen, who exactly are you? At first, Senior Gui thought that the other party was just an elite disciple of a rank 3 sect. Now, it looked like it was not that simple. Suddenly, Xiao Chen released a trace of his blue dragon bloodline, which was suppressed by the Buddhist pendant. Suddenly, the great, desolate, divine eyes appeared. A resplendent and dazzling golden light appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. That golden light disappeared in a flash, so fast that no one noticed it. Great, desolate, divine eyes. Senior Gui took a step back and looked at Xiao Chen in shock. After a long time, he said, I'll take this deal. However, just repairing the Scarlet Blood War banner does not require such a large number of medial-grade spirit jades, right? Xiao Chen nodded and waved his hand. The cycle throne appeared. I still need you to help me upgrade this cycle throne. Merge the advantages of the pirate ship with my throne. Also, Xiao Suo's pirate ship needs to be modified. It needs to be at least as strong as a peak 2-star pirate ship. This throne... With a thought, the cycle throne turned into a war chariot before the black-clad old man's shocked gaze, shocking the black-clad old man. Senior Gui circled the cycle throne and stared at it. He praised, excellent. This is truly excellent. I can see the shadow of the Immortal epic's magic treasures in it. His attainments in artifact forging and formation techniques are also extremely high. This old man's eyes were indeed unique. Mo Qin had used the Book of Heavenly Works to control the refining techniques and formations. Naturally, they were extraordinary. However, Mo Qin had not considered the spatial structure and levels of the Great Thousand Realms back then. Hence, there were flaws and needed to be upgraded. Senior Gui revealed a difficult expression. He said, however, Privately modifying a pirate ship is not in accordance with the rules of the Alliance. Otherwise, how could it be a big deal? Xiao Qin smiled. When Xiao Sua heard that, he felt incredibly excited. He immediately tried to undermine Senior Gouet. Old Gouet, don't play dumb with me. Your subordinates have done a lot of private work. Back then, you also helped me modify that pirate ship of mine. Stop acting dumb. Hearing that his pirate ship was going to be modified, Xiao Sua was naturally happy. He had thought of doing so long ago. However, he did not have any spirit jades. You bastard. Never mind, I submit to you. However, I'll say this first. Give me 1,000,000 medial grade spirit jades first. I will not pay for it myself, nor do I have the capital to pay for it. Upgrading the throne, modifying the pirate ship, and even repairing the war banner. Why do I feel like I am at a disadvantage? Senior Gouet muttered to himself as he did the math. He wondered if the 1,000,000 medial grade spirit jades had clouded his mind. Brat, you know why I'm working with you. Great desolate divine eyes. I really underestimated you at the start. However, I'll tell you the truth. No one dares to modify a pirate ship, especially to a 2-star one. I'm only letting you take the risk on account of Wang Sua and your great desolate Ian bloodline. Senior Gouet's voice projection rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. Many thanks, Senior. Hey, I don't know if I made a profit or a loss on this deal. Just take it as making a friend. Senior Gouet sighed as he spoke softly. Xiao Chen smiled and said, Thank you, Senior Gouet, for helping me. In that case, I'll share my thoughts on how to upgrade the throne with Senior first. Just at this moment, a group of people walked into Senior Gouet's shop with heavy footsteps. The leader of this group wore gorgeous clothes, a standard captain's attire adorned with resplendent gems. This person looked very spirited and had no facial hair. He looked exceptionally spirited, exuding an extraordinary aura. When Xiao Sua turned his head and saw this person, his expression changed drastically. The hand holding the war banner trembled and veins bulged. He did his best to suppress his rage. When the middle-aged captain saw Xiao Sua, he revealed a surprised expression. After being stunned for a while, he sized up Xiao Sua and smiled. I heard that you have been in a miserable state for the past few years. Unexpectedly, you are so miserable that you have to carry the banner for someone else. Seeing that this person had an extraordinary air, Fei walked over to old Gouet and whispered, Old Master, who is this person? Bai Yen, the captain of the Golden Setting Sun Pirate Group, a 3-star captain, the light of the Purple Sun region's pirates. Xiao Sua, my former deputy. Old Gouet muttered with a complicated expression. Fei gaped, clearly surprised. She had not expected this at all. The captain of the Golden Setting Sun Pirate Group that the entire city cheered for was actually Xiao Sua's former deputy. However, you are really ambitious. You are willing to carry the banner for someone else instead of coming to my Golden Setting Sun Pirate Group, Bai Yen said in a gentle and natural tone as he looked at Xiao Sua from top to bottom. Shameless fellow. Xiao Sua, who had been suppressing his rage, could no longer resist cursing. Then he tossed the war banner aside and rushed forward to grab Bai Yan's collar, pulling him up. You don't deserve to wear these clothes. You don't deserve to be a captain. Even if I'm worthless and have no dignity and end up begging for food, I'm still better than a shameless bastard like you. The expressions of the 4 people behind Bai Yen changed slightly as they unleashed killing chi. These 4 were actually late-stage minor primal core experts. All of them were veterans of hundreds of battles. With one look, it was clear that they were not weaklings. Bai Yen waved his hand and stopped the 4 behind him. He smiled faintly and said, I like to see your face filled with rage and helplessness. Boom! A strong aura burst out from Bai Yan's body, and Xiao Sua vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying. Bai Yen tidied his clothes and said calmly, You should thank me. If my subordinates had made a move, you would have died. I will wear these clothes properly. Occasionally, I will return to Purple Sun City. I want to tell you that not only can I be a captain, but I can also do better than trash like you. Going further. You. Xiao Suo vomited a mouthful of blood in anger. Rage burned in his eyes. Just as Xiao Suo was about to charge out, a hand landed on his shoulder and stopped him. Chapter 1595. Naturally, the person who stretched out his hand was Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin possessed strong vital qi, at least 2 cauldron force. When he pressed down, he was like a mountain pressing down on Xiao Suo. Then he stepped forward and picked up the tattered scarlet blood war banner. You are Wang Suo's new captain? Not bad. Although you are young, you have an extraordinary air. I am Bai Yan. I have a lot of friends in the Grave Sea Cluster. Little friend, will you tell me your great name? Bai Yan's status and cultivation were higher than Xiao Chen's, so he felt very confident before Xiao Chen. Bai Yan asked Xiao Chen with the air of someone in a superior position. Xiao Chen acted like he did not hear anything. He looked at Senior Gue and said, Senior Gue, there are too many flies here. Since you are not going to make a move, then I can only do it myself. Whoosh! Right after Bai Yan spoke, for cold-killing qi immediately came from behind him, firmly locking onto Xiao Chen. What shameless boasting! I'll smack you to death with one palm strike. Let's see who is the fly. A person came out from behind Bai Yan and sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen. That person used his palm as a saber and chopped down. The saber wind brought strong pressure. Before the palm strike arrived, cracks appeared on the ground. Xiao Chen's long hair and white robes fluttered about. Scram far away. Before Xiao Chen could make a move, the sloppy-looking Senior Gue suddenly came out. No one noticed how Senior Gue made a move. They only knew that he suddenly stood in front of Xiao Chen. Then, Senior Gue kicked out and sent the person crashing into the wall. That person grunted and fell down while vomiting blood. Bai Yan, I'm not doing business here today. Look for another place. The black-clad old man sent a voice projection. Bai Yan, on account of our past friendship, I'll advise you to leave quickly. You cannot afford to offend this youth, nor can you touch him. When Bai Yan, who already had a murderous intent in his heart, heard that, it was like a bucket of cold water splashed over him, immediately extinguishing his murderous intent. What kind of status did Elder Ghost have? He knew very well that Elder Ghost's words could not be false. He was very smart. He thought that Old Ghost's action this time was to prevent Xiao Qin from acting up and to reduce his losses as much as possible. My apologies. My subordinates have offended you just now. I will take my leave now. For Bai Yan to be able to make it to where he was today, he was extremely tactful when dealing with matters. With a smile on his face, he prepared to leave as if nothing had happened. Who gave you permission to leave? Xiao Chen said calmly the moment the other party turned around. Bai Yan, whose back was facing Xiao Chen, scrunched up his face in anger. But when he turned around again, his face was full of smiles again. Little friend, don't be so unforgiving. How about we let today's matter rest here? Unforgiving? Well said. Why? Do you feel wrong now? Xiao Chen said sarcastically. Just now, he had done his best to humiliate Xiao Suo in front of him. Now he actually turned the tables on Xiao Chen, saying that he was unforgiving. Furthermore, that subordinate of his attacked Xiao Chen. Without Xiao Chen's permission, how could that subordinate dare to act rashly? First, Xiao Chen humiliated and injured Xiao Suo. Then, he got his subordinate to attack Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen were not strong enough, he would have died here for nothing. Now that Xiao Chen knew how powerful Xiao Chen was, it would not be that easy to leave. When Bai Yan heard that, he felt stifled. His face sank. Don't think that I, Bai Yan, fear you. If not for this being Elder Ghost's place, Xiao Chen smiled coldly. So what? I am standing here right now. Do you dare to make a move on me? Suddenly, a small black snake appeared on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Its scarlet eyes looked coldly at Bai Yen. Under the Jiao snake's gaze, Bai Yen trembled. He felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, a bone-chilling cold. A late-stage, major, primal, core, ferocious beast. Furthermore, it was an existence just short of breaking through to the Cloud Sea realm. Bai Yen sucked in a breath of cold air. Now he understood why Elder Ghost said that. As an early-stage, major primal core cultivator, Bai Yen should have been able to survive against this Jiao snake and flee. However, his 4 subordinates would not be able to retaliate at all. In just a few moves, they died here. Sir, what do you want? Just say it directly. As long as I can do it, Bai Yen will definitely do it. Without hesitating for long, Bai Yen chose not to fight when the odds were against him, preserving his strength first. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Suo felt somewhat startled. He had not expected Xiao Qin to interfere and stand up for him. Scram! I only need to see your helpless appearance. That will be enough. Xiao Qin showed disdain on his face as he spoke indifferently. These were the words that Xiao Qin said when he knocked Xiao Suo into the air. Who could have imagined that the affairs of the world were unpredictable? Soon it would be Xiao Qin's turn. You tricked me. Bai Yen reacted and immediately trembled in rage. It turned out that Xiao Qin had been fooling him from the very start. I'm not fooling you. I just want you to know that you are nothing now. Put away that pitiful pride of yours and stop acting aloof and disdainful. I will not interfere in the grudge between you and Xiao Suo. One day, he will personally settle it. Bai Yan's expression flickered. Then, he gritted his teeth as he looked at Xiao Qin. Many thanks for teaching this by a lesson. However, if you expect this trash to surpass me, you are overthinking it. Life is full of ups and downs. Who knows what the future holds? Scram and don't appear before me again. Xiao Qin did not show any fear. He enunciated every word clearly as he looked coldly at the other party. You will regret this. A venomous gaze flashed in Bai Yan's eyes. Then he glanced at Xiao Qin and quickly left. At the side, Xiao Suo's eyes were somewhat moist. He had clearly vented his anger. However, for some reason, as a man, he still felt flustered in his heart. Little friend Xiao Qin, you should not have let him go. This person is a venomous snake. He knows how to endure silently. In the future, old Gui sighed softly at the side. Xiao Qin looked at Xiao Suo and said, Did you hear what Senior Gui said? However, I am confident that one day you will help me kill this venomous snake. Senior Gui was startled. It turned out that Xiao Qin purposely spared this person to motivate Xiao Suo. Similarly, Senior Gui could tell that Bai Yen could not be spared. However, he spared him. Such courage and boldness were truly admirable. For today's grace, I will personally kill Bai Yen in the future. Xiao Suo was extremely moved. He knelt on one knee and said solemnly. Seeing Xiao Suo's stance, Xiao Qin was stunned at first. Then he revealed a gratified smile and helped Xiao Suo up. Rage was not scary. What was scary was getting carried away by rage and losing the will to fight. Such a person would truly be crippled. When Xiao Qin saw Xiao Suo's gaze, he knew that this man of steel had been enlightened today. He had undone the knot in his heart and regained his will to fight. In this case, it was worth it for Xiao Qin to make a move today. At this moment, Xiao Qin did not know about Xiao Qian's actions. In the future, Xiao Qian would become a legendary pirate king willing to sacrifice his life for the 7 great forbidden seas. Senior Gui, let's begin. Where should we start first? Help me advance to the throne first. Without my help, it will be very difficult for others to understand the trick behind it. That suits me. Old Gui, am very interested in this throne as well. In the following 2 days, Xiao Qian remained in the pirate hall, mingling with Senior Gui and making all sorts of preparations. However, these things were huge projects and could not be completed in a short time. However, 2 days later, Xiao Chen had no choice but to leave temporarily and rush to Idle Cloud Restaurant. This was because Xiao Chen's appointment with Senior Liu was in another day. He needed to meet Senior Liu at Idle Cloud Restaurant. Not only would Senior Liu bring medicinal pills for reshaping the Dantian, but he would also bring the various ingredients needed for the Heavenly Yang pill. However, Xiao Chen killed the ice snow sword Luofeng, causing Yan Xan to lose all his dignity and form a heart demon. The entire city was in an uproar, and everyone knew that this trip was bound to be full of waves. Xiao Chen already anticipated all sorts of situations and made plans for them. However, when the true storm arrived, it far surpassed his expectations. Chapter 1596. Lan Luo, I said enough. I told you not to say any more. Let me tell you, there are many things in this world that are more important than your life. It is just that you, Lan Luo, do not understand. After killing a jumping clown, the commotion was greater than Lan Luo imagined. In merely 2 days, she actually became famous in Purple Sun City. One had to listen to her in everything. Otherwise, one would be in the wrong, angering her. One would be rude and unreasonable. No matter how one tried to explain, it would be useless. Look, Xiao Chen is coming out. If such a person was of extraordinary birth and held a noble status, it would be even more so. When Lan Luo, who was walking over, heard this, she felt somewhat angry. However, the situation was urgent, so she could not be bothered with him. Lan Luo's heart sank. Why is this person like this? I saved his life out of kindness, but he has a stern expression. Sorry for causing a misunderstanding between you and Miss Lan Luo. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. He looked at the other party and asked, Are you threatening me? When Fei heard that, she paled slightly. She lowered her head and said, Big brother Xiao Chen, how about, did I say anything wrong? Speak. What is more important than your life? What is there to prevent you from leaving Purple Sun City? Lan Luo immediately felt wronged in her heart. She had come to save him out of kindness, but Xiao Chen actually lost his temper at her. Haha, that is natural. He has been spending a lot of money in the Purple Cloud Pavilion. It would be hard for people not to be envious. There has never been a lack of fugitives in Purple Sun City. With so many discussions entering his ears, even Xiao Chen felt somewhat stunned. I heard that some of the small gangs outside the city have their eyes on him as well. Although Lan Luo said that she would not care about Xiao Chen before she left, she still told Xiao Chen about the Temple Ghost sect seeking trouble for him. Xiao Chen had a rather good impression of this girl. Previously, it was just a small misunderstanding. Of the 3 new talents, one was dead, one had lost all his dignity, and his whereabouts were unknown. Only Feng Buyu remained, a topic of discussion. Miss Lan Luo, are you looking for me? Just at this moment, a melodious voice rang out outside Idle Cloud Restaurant. Xiao Chen looked around and saw Lan Luo walking in, wearing a red dress. Tears welled up in Lan Luo's eyes and slowly flowed out. She said in a somewhat hoarse voice, If I do not leave, will you still attack me? All right, I don't understand. I'll go. Xiao Chen, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. I heard that he appeared in the Purple Cloud Pavilion once yesterday. When he came out, there was a trace of anger on his face. If the other party had turned against him and left because of a misunderstanding, then this time, Xiao Chen really found it hard to be angry. Lan Luo calmed herself and explained the pros and cons, hoping that Xiao Chen would listen to her. However, in Xiao Chen's heart, he did not regret it at all. 2 days ago, he was the one who killed the ice snow sword Luofeng and humiliated the Burning Moon sect's Yan Xan. Even now, his whereabouts are unknown. Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. I know why he is here. However, never mind. She has not experienced it before, so it would be hard for her to understand the promise of going through thick and thin together. Naturally, Xiao Chen and the others ignored her, continuing to drink and chat. Fei felt somewhat nervous. Her senior brother would be saved soon. She hoped that nothing unexpected would happen. They would arrive at Idle Cloud restaurant soon. Think whatever you want. Give me the pirate flag, and I will return the spirit jades to you in their original state. After that, I will send someone to escort you away. Purple Sun City will immediately become a land of trouble. The game that follows is not something you can play. Lan Luo's words struck Lan Luo's soft spot, making her feel helpless and flustered. Indeed, what was more important than Xiao Chen's life? Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Thank you. However, I still have things to do and cannot leave." Xiao Chen had a clear conscience. He did not kill the innocent and gave the other party many chances. All of this was the ice snow sword Luo Feng. He only had himself to blame. Xiao Chen took a sip of wine to drown his sorrows, no longer talking about Lan Luo. There would always be some people who stubbornly believed that, since they had given 100% of their sincerity to you, you had to give 100% of your sincerity back. Xiao Chen looked at Lan Luo coldly. "I know that you have a noble status and an extraordinary background. However, in my eyes, there is nothing special about you. Don't think too highly of yourself, thinking that just because you gave me something, I should be deeply grateful and kowtow to you." As for the obvious gazes, there were countless of them. "Big brother, Beauty Lan Luo is here again." When Xiao Suo saw the situation, he immediately smiled and said, "Your charm is really extraordinary." "You underestimate me, Xiao Chen. It doesn't matter if you sincerely want to save me or if you covet my pirate flag. You'd better disappear immediately. I wonder if he will seek trouble for that white-robed Xiao Chen. If he does, that would be interesting. He is really bold. I thought that he had already left Purple Sun City long ago. To think that he dares to remain here after offending 2 large sections. Why are you not listening to me? Is there anything more important than your life?" Lan Luo raised her voice and advised, "Do you think that after killing the Ice Snow Sword, you can do as you please in Purple Sun City? Have you heard? One of the 3 new talents of the Purple Sun region, the wind-chasing sex Feng Buyu, has appeared." Someone in the inn said in a low voice at this moment, "Big brother, there are so many eyes on us. There are people in the open and in the dark." Xiao Suo sized up the surroundings, appearing extremely cautious. Xiao Suo's blood surged, and his body tensed up. Even when he robbed those large sects, he had not experienced such a feeling. Fei said softly, "Big brother Xiao Chen, so he came here to look for me for the Scarlet Blood War banner." Since Xiao Chen already knew the origins of the Scarlet Blood War banner, he naturally would not hand it over. However, he is someone who can even kill the Ice Snow Sword. If you want to target him, you have to think about it carefully. The moment Xiao Suo said that, this topic immediately ended, as someone discovered Xiao Chen's presence. Xiao Chen did not hesitate, directly stepping in. Then he took a seat and ordered some food, waiting for Senior Lu to appear. Xiao Suo was indeed somewhat afraid. After all, who was not afraid of death? However, he also felt some excitement. Xiao Suo immediately did not dare to continue the conversation. "Afraid? Naturally I am afraid. Who would not be afraid of causing such a huge commotion? However, if we really fight, I absolutely will not cower." Xiao Suo's words attracted the gazes of many people, and they all revealed curious expressions. Lan Luo nodded and said, "Right. Hand over that tattered pirate flag to me. Quickly leave Purple Sun City. Otherwise, your life will be in danger." He appeared 2 days ago. However, he was outside the city. I don't know what he is doing, being so mysterious. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. This Xiao Suo was speaking the truth. Xiao Suo did not have as many trump cards as Xiao Chen did, so it was hard to avoid fear. Seeing Fei Er's expression, Xiao Chen truly felt angry. He held his wine cup and slammed it down heavily on the table. Then he said coldly, "Enough." Xiao Chen had seen too many major scenes. His heart was as calm as an ancient well, calm and unperturbed. The white-robed Shao Qin came out from the Pirate Alliance. Since Shao Suwa killed him, so be it. There was no need to think too much. Shao Qin did not want to explain too much. One day, when the other party truly matured, he would naturally understand who was right and who was wrong. He would also know that there were many things in this world that were more important than his life. Don't overthink. Things are not as bad as you think. Shao Chen! Bang! Lan Luo simply did not want to see such a person, who had helped her and made her think highly of him, die in Purple Sun City like that. Shao Chen asked calmly, "Are you afraid?" Lan Luo had never suffered such grievances before. She felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. Shao Chen smiled consolingly and said, "It's fine. Don't overthink. No matter what, I will wait for Luo Nan to recover before leaving. If one did not die, one would not die." Since young, Lan Luo had always been the pearl of her family and friends. Just as Shao Chen left the western side of the city, his sharp spiritual sense immediately detected several dozen gazes on him. The Temple Ghost Sect's third sect master outside the city will come looking for you to hand over the dazzling sunlight true flame. Then you can die at his hands. Chapter 1597. Shao Chun held his wine cup and pondered. He said to Shao Suwa, "What kind of existence is the Temple Ghost Sect?" "Shao Suwa, tell me about it." Shao Suwa smiled and said, "Big brother, do you really believe what that girl said? I think she just wants to snatch the Scarlet Blood War banner." Shao Qin shook his head and said, "You don't understand women. Although her personality is a bit bad, and she doesn't understand many principles of how to conduct herself in the world. Otherwise, before he left, he wouldn't have told me about the Luocha school." Shao Suwa scratched his head and said with a smile, "I'm just a boorish person. However, I do know a bit about this Temple Ghost Sect. There are many bandit gangs outside the city. They might not be worth mentioning in front of second-rank sects, but in the eyes of ordinary people they are tyrants." Shao Chen gestured for him to continue. "These bandit gangs typically bully the weak and fear the strong. When they encounter a rank 2 sect's disciple, they are all respectful. But when they encounter a lone wolf, they immediately reveal their ferocious side." Shao Qin had sensed this when he entered the city. "Who's Shao Qin? Show yourself." Suddenly, a rumbling roar came from outside Idle Cloud Restaurant. It was deafening. This shocked all the people drinking in the restaurant. Someone actually dared to challenge Shao Qin. Did he not know that he had even killed the Ice Peak Sword? Could he be an elder of the Burning Moon sect or the Ice and Snow Villa? No, this voice sounded like a bandit and did not have the demeanor of a disciple of a sect. Shao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The one who came should be the Killing Luo sect's third sect leader. He didn't expect the other party to arrive so quickly. His tone was arrogant to the extreme. "Big brother, this person must be the Temple Ghost Sect's third sect master. His nickname is Black Tiger, and he is an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. He has experienced many battles and is good with the saber." Shao Sua's expression changed slightly when he heard this voice. Shao Qin got up and put down his cup. He said softly, "You guys stay here. I'll go out and take a look." At this moment, a lot of people had already gathered outside Idle Cloud Restaurant. However, they were all hiding far away. They did not dare approach Idle Cloud Restaurant. As a result, the area outside the gate was empty. Only a dark-skinned, ferocious-looking man stood in the middle, looking extremely domineering. "You are the white-robed Shao Qin?" Black Tiger asked in a deep voice when he saw that the person who walked out was wearing white clothes. A terrifying, baleful aura emanated from his body, causing others to not dare approach him. As he spoke, he stared at Shao Chun like a wild beast. Shao Chun nodded. "That's me. However, the one I killed was the Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng. What grudge do I have with your Killing Rakshasa sect for you, to attack me. Ha ha ha, that's right. Our Rakshasa sect is looking for trouble. What kind of grudges do we have? You won the bid for the extreme young real fire, right? Our big brother asked you to hand it over, and then the killing Luo sect will naturally not trouble you anymore. He, who threatened, but his eyes were still fixed on Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin looked around. Just you? He, who smiled and said, I alone am enough to get you to hand over the dazzling sunlight true fire. He, who looked very awe-inspiring as he held a black saber in his hand. It was like he already had Xiao Qin in the bag. Xiao Chen said indifferently, It is not impossible. You just need an earth flame of the same grade to exchange for it. If I am satisfied, perhaps I will hand the dazzling sunlight true fire to you. Interesting. Are you looking down on me? He, who revealed a sinister smile as he looked coldly at Xiao Chen. In Purple Sun City, there are very few veritable personages who dare to speak to me like this. Even the 3 new talents do not dare to. The veritable personages who dared to speak to me like this are already dead. He, whose tone was cold, revealing confidence and indifference. When the others heard what He, who said, they shook their heads in their hearts. The Rakshasa sect's people were indeed overbearing. He, who was indeed very strong. Furthermore, the Rakshasa sect was considered a peak existence among the factions outside the city. Few people dared to offend He Hu. After all, Xiao Qin was not a local. Furthermore, he had offended the Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor. If he did not hand over the dazzling sunlight true fire now, Xiao Chen would probably die here before the people of the 2 sects arrived. You only have 1 life. However, in your long life, you will definitely meet the dazzling sunlight true fire a second time. You understand what I mean. He, who looked at Xiao Qin and issued a final ultimatum. Did he want to keep his life or keep the dazzling sunlight true fire? Xiao Chen's gaze was as calm as still water. He glanced at He, who indifferently, and said, Many people have said similar things to me. However, I have always lived well. However, I killed the person who said that, even if he was the Ice Snow Sword. I'll give you a choice as well, before I truly get angry scram. Unexpectedly, when faced with He, whose ultimatum, not only did Xiao Qin not make a choice, but he even told He, who to scram immediately. Otherwise, only death awaited him. Xiao Chen's calm eyes flashed with some arrogance and sharpness. This fellow. Actually, Lan Luo had not gone far from a tall building in the distance. She still paid attention to the situation in Idle Cloud Restaurant. Lan Luo cursed in her heart. Xiao Chuan is too arrogant. Killing the Ice Snow Sword does not mean that he can defeat He Hu. He, who is an excellent cultivator among the minor primal core cultivators. Furthermore, he was a veteran of hundreds of battles. The Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng did not dare to offend such a person. However, not only did Xiao Qin not show any weakness, he even turned the tables and threatened He Hu. Indeed, when He Hu heard Xiao Chen's words, he laughed sinisterly. Ha 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 ha. This is interesting. Xiao Qin, you are the first to dare to threaten me like that. However, you will definitely be the last. Whoosh! A sharp, furious roar came from He Hu's mouth. Then his physical body turned into a black afterimage and vanished. In the next moment, He, who held a saber with one hand and appeared at He Hu's side. Then he pounced over like a ferocious tiger. A strong wind blew, making it hard for the people watching in the distance to open their eyes or stand firmly. The black saber gave off a cold and sinister light in the air. Then it turned into a ferocious black tiger, ferocious beast, descending on Xiao Qin. This movement technique was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. This saber light was strange and sinister. There was a terrifying, ferocious spirit on the saber. What terrifying strength! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This black tiger was indeed much stronger than the Ice Snow Sword. Xiao Qin gathered his veritable essence energy and punched. Bang! The fist light and saber light clashed. Xiao Qin took a step back, feeling his arm go slightly numb. He, who laughed maniacally and took advantage of the momentum to charge forward, sending out 3 saber strikes. With each saber strike, Xiao Qin took a step back. Instantly, he took 3 steps back. Xiao Qin thought to himself, "This black tiger is indeed not simple. Even though I absorbed the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, my veritable essence energy can barely block the other party's attacks. After all, He who is an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. The difference in cultivation between us is too great. Of course, Xiao Qin only has a slight advantage in cultivation. You are somewhat strong, but that is all. I heard that you are a bladesman as well. What's wrong? You don't even have the courage to draw your saber before me." Black Tiger laughed maniacally as he held the upper hand in the fight, suppressing the other party. Whoosh! Whoosh! Black Tiger took 2 steps back. For some reason, his right hand, which held the saber scabbard, felt a slight pain. Unexpectedly, the other party's fist light contained a saber intent that was hard to break. After exchanging a few hundred moves, it had already penetrated deep into Black Tiger's arm. While Black Tiger retreated, he quickly suppressed the saber intent. Then he looked at Xiao Qin and said, "I'll give you a chance to draw your saber." How arrogant! It looks like this Black Tiger wants to toy with Xiao Qin. He can't do anything about it. The difference in cultivation is too great. Clearly, Black Tiger advanced to the primal core realm steadily. His veritable essence energy is exceptionally dense and firm. Xiao Qin is too arrogant. This is the result of his arrogance. He cannot retaliate at all. When the spectators in the distance heard Black Tiger's words, they all discussed it. This made Black Tiger reveal a cocky expression. "You want me to draw my saber?" Xiao Qin revealed an expression of surprise. Is the other party tired of living? While it looked like the other party held the upper hand earlier, the flawless saber intent in Xiao Qin's fist light and great Tao energy were not to be trifled with. Others might not understand. But could it be that this Black Tiger did not? Or was he just pretending to be relaxed? If I tell you to draw your saber, then draw your saber. Otherwise, don't blame me for not even giving you the chance to draw your saber. Black Tiger said coldly. Not only did he want to kill this Xiao Qin, but he also wanted to kill him beautifully. He wanted his name, Black Tiger, to spread even wider in Purple Sun City. Flawless saber technique. Void-breaking stance. Since Black Tiger wanted to die, Xiao Qin could only satisfy him. When Xiao Qin drew the lunar shadow saber, great Tao energy appeared. The strong saber, Tao, great Tao energy, instantly shattered Black Tiger's saber technique like breaking dead branches. The other party had only comprehended 8 saber souls, not even a saber domain. However, Xiao Qin had already surpassed the saber domain long ago, comprehending great Tao energy. The two were on completely different levels. The instant the great Tao energy appeared, Black Tiger felt like his brain temporarily lost its ability to think. When he looked around, Xiao Qin's figure suddenly vanished. Just as he was feeling horrified, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Just as Black Tiger was feeling horrified, a resplendent saber light flashed like the blazing sun in the sky, blinding everyone. The saber light flashed and stabbed into Black Tiger's chest. In that instant, it shattered all his internal organs. Chapter 1598. You. Black Tiger vomited a mouthful of blood. His expression changed drastically as intense pain spread throughout his entire body. He found it hard to understand. Why? Why did Xiao Qin break through his defense with one saber strike? Why did Xiao Qin instantly shatter his saber move, leaving him unable to resist? What exactly was that aura that made his entire body tremble in fear, to the point where he could not even hold his saber. The level of the saber Tao's great Tao energy was too high. Given Black Tiger's cultivation, he simply could not understand it. Black Tiger did not even know how he lost. How did he lose so quickly, with just one saber strike? The resplendent saber light was incredibly dazzling. It also contained boundless sharpness and the power of lightning, as well as great Tao energy. Great Tao energy pointed to the great Tao. The flickering light of the saber light was incredibly frightening. Everyone watching in the distance was stunned. Originally, they thought that Black Tiger was toying with Xiao Qin, telling him to draw his saber. However, who could have imagined that after Xiao Qin drew his saber, he immediately restrained Black Tiger? The advantage of speed was inconceivable. Black Tiger's expression was horrified. His internal organs had already been completely crushed. At this moment, he did his best to drive the energy in his Dantian essence, trying to recover from the damage to his physical body. However, the force contained in Xiao Qin's saber light not only included saber energy, but also great Tao energy. This force was incredibly sharp, firmly suppressing Black Tiger's veritable essence energy. Not only did Black Tiger's physical injuries not show any signs of recovering, but they even worsened. The fear of death spread throughout Black Tiger's entire body. He said sullenly, "I don't want it anymore. I don't want the dazzling sunlight true fire anymore." Black Tiger could not block this saber strike at all. If this dragged on, only death awaited him. Begging for mercy, the Temple Ghost Sect's third sect master, Black Tiger, actually begged for mercy before Xiao Qin. This incredible scene startled everyone. When the strong Black Tiger arrived, he was extremely arrogant. He directly told Xiao Qin to get out, wanting to snatch away his dazzling sunlight true fire. Everyone thought that Xiao Qin was in trouble. At the very least, he had to hand over the dazzling sunlight true fire. When Xiao Qin said such arrogant words and rejected Black Tiger, everyone thought that Xiao Qin would definitely die. But who would have thought that the result would be the scene before them? Even the three rookies did not dare to provoke the Black Tiger, who admitted that he was no match for Xiao Qin, was actually begging for mercy in front of Xiao Qin. It's too late now that you know you don't want it. The quintessence in Xiao Qin's body flowed continuously into the saber hilt and entered the Black Tiger's body. The halo of the great path behind him condensed and did not dissipate. Boundless might of the great path emanated from his body, making people's hearts tremble inexplicably. Xiao Qin did not intend to let the other party off at all. This Black Tiger's thinking was too simple. When they came, they called him out by name, demanding him to come out and hand over the dazzling sunlight true fire. If he didn't give it to him, he would take his life. Now that he realized that he wasn't a match for Xiao Qin, he wanted to save his own life just by saying that he didn't want it? How could the matters of the world be so simple? That was not the case for everyone. How could he yell at Xiao Qin, step on him in front of everyone, and then walk away after saying a few words? Was that even possible? Impossible. Black Tiger had to die. Xiao Qin, I'm a member of the Temple Ghost Sect. If you kill me, you will die a horrible death. Black Tiger's injuries worsened, and his complexion turned incredibly weak. When he saw that Xiao Qin still had not let go, he panicked. Black Tiger had no choice but to use the Temple Ghost Sect's name to scare Xiao Qin. The Temple Ghost Sect was a peak existence among the gangs outside the city. Moreover, the entire gang was very united. If any one of them were to be touched, they would definitely be killed. If anyone touched a single person, they would definitely be hunted down by the entire Temple Ghost Sect. A large part of the reason why Black Tiger dared to be so arrogant in Purple Sun City was that he had the Temple Ghost Sect supporting him. Xiao Qin, let me tell you this. The Temple Ghost Sect is not like the large sections. They do not have that many formalities. As long as someone is killed, they will turn out in full force. Furthermore, it was my big brother who sent me here. Black Tiger grew increasingly weaker. The fear of death made him place his last hope of survival on the threat of the Temple Ghost Sect. If I let you go, the Temple Ghost Sect will not seek trouble for me. Xiao Chen's cold voice made one's heart tremble. Indeed, if I let Black Tiger go, the Temple Ghost Sect will not seek trouble for Xiao Chen? So you should just die. You! A ferocious roar resounded in the air. Black Tiger let out a furious roar of despair. His life force was rapidly diminishing. Amid his despair was boundless regret. He regretted offending Xiao Chen, this malefic star. However, now it was all too late. Pussy! Light exploded, and the saber light completely shredded Black Tiger's physical body. Black Tiger turned into a pool of blood drifting in the air. Dead. The Temple Ghost Sect's third sect master, Black Tiger, died. Black Tiger, who was an early-stage minor primal core cultivator, could not even block a single saber strike before Xiao Chen. The result was very surprising. Black Tiger's incredibly tyrannical words, "Draw your saber," would probably become the greatest joke in Purple Sun City. How arrogant and tyrannical was it to give you a chance to draw your saber? However, when Xiao Chen drew his saber, he did not have a chance to regret it at all. Xiao Chen looked at the white-clad figure holding a saber with fluttering long hair. The onlookers in the distance all revealed strange expressions. This youth was truly decisive in killing, not hesitating at all. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and scattered his great Tao energy. His emotions did not fluctuate too much. If someone wants to kill me, I will kill them. This was a very simple principle. Young man, quickly leave. The Temple Ghost Sect's people will charge in soon. In the past, someone killed the Temple Ghost Sect's people. In the end, their corpses littered the streets half a day later, an old man suddenly said. He could not bear to see Xiao Chen die just like that. Thank you, but I can't leave. Xiao Chen had an appointment with Senior Liu to meet at Idle Cloud Restaurant today. Since the other party had not appeared yet, he naturally could not leave. This matter concerned Luo Nan's life and Fei Er's expectations. Xiao Chen had to do this. Young man, you are just seeking your own death. The Temple Ghost Sect has the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, the second sect master and the first sect master are even stronger than Black Tiger. Many discussions came from the crowd, all of them suggesting that Xiao Chen leave immediately. This person is really going to be unlucky. Seeing Xiao Chen ignore the crowd's advice and enter Idle Cloud Restaurant, that old man shook his head slightly. Xiao Chen did not have to wait for long. In less than 15 minutes, a group of cultivators exuding a heavy, baleful aura rode over on tall horses, kicking up a cloud of dust as they galloped towards Idle Cloud Restaurant. These people had the same air as Black Tiger, similarly cold-blooded, tyrannical, and unreasonable. Aside from Xiao Chen's group, Idle Cloud Restaurant was already empty. The guests in there all knew that Xiao Chen killed Black Tiger, so they all feared getting caught up in the crossfire. The entire Idle Cloud Restaurant turned extremely quiet, heavy, and oppressive. The cavalry in the distance rushed over to Idle Cloud Restaurant, kicking up a cloud of dust. The person leading the group had a cold expression. As he looked at the pool of Black Tiger's blood on the ground, he could not help releasing a murderous chi. This person was Black Tiger's second brother, the Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master. He was known as Shueshou. Those who kill will pay with their lives. Blood Hand suddenly roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder that shook the surrounding 50 kilometers. The huge Idle Cloud Restaurant shook under this explosive roar. Incessant clanging sounds could be heard coming from the restaurant as the wine cups and wine bottles inside shattered. Boom! Following that, all the doors and windows fell to the ground. The sound waves turned them into powder in the air, scattering with the wind. How strong! The crowd, who had already hidden very far away, all calmed down when they heard this roar. It was just one roar, but it nearly caused Idle Cloud Restaurant to collapse. After all, Idle Cloud Restaurant was supported by formations. After everything quieted down, Idle Cloud Restaurant remained quiet, devoid of any sound. Could it be that the white-robed Xiao Qin had already sneaked away and was not in there at all? If someone wants to kill me, I will definitely kill them. No one is an exception. Naturally, the Temple Ghost Sect's Black Tiger is no exception. Just as everyone was feeling bewildered, Xiao Chen's calm and collected reply came from the damaged Idle Cloud Restaurant. Everyone became excited. What a great Xiao Chen! To think that he did not flee. What a great, if someone wants to kill me, I will definitely kill them. Chapter 1599. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master roared ferociously. A murderer must pay with his life. His voice shattered the windows of Idle Cloud Restaurant, leaving half of the building damaged. Under such pressure, Xiao Chen responded tyrannically with, "If anyone tries to kill me, I will kill them." He clashed head-on, not backing down at all. "You are seeking death." The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master snorted coldly and shouted, "Charge in! I want to let him know the consequences of offending the Temple Ghost Sect." Boom! With a furious shout, the many Temple Ghost Sect disciples dismounted and charged into Idle Cloud Restaurant. However, the moment they stepped through the doors, a cold aura made them tremble. What kind of feeling was that? His entire body trembled, and the cold energy seeped into his bones, making him unable to move at all. A huge suction containing an irresistible force came over. Horrifying, miserable cries rang out as the Jiao snake swallowed up the group of people, unable to retaliate at all. Such a strange thing caused the group of killing Rakshasa sect members behind to feel a little uneasy. The doors of Idle Cloud Restaurant were like the gates of hell. After they entered, there was only a startled cry, and then there was no more movement. There were no sounds of fighting or cries for help. There was no sound of Xiao Chen and the others speaking. The silence of the environment, coupled with the terrifying, startled cries, felt exceptionally horrifying. Such a scene was equally strange in the eyes of the others. They did not know what Xiao Chen did, much less what happened in Idle Cloud Restaurant. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master's sullen expression turned extremely complicated. Many of the sect disciples circled the entrance of the restaurant, pacing back and forth, not daring to enter. It was very dangerous inside. No one who went in ever came out again. Clearly, these sect disciples did not dare to enter rashly and send themselves to death. After all, everyone only had one life. Go in 2 by 2. No matter what, you have to tell me what happened in there. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master was incredibly frustrated. Even he was somewhat startled by the current situation. What was even more despicable was that this happened before everyone. If the second sect master could not kill Xiao Qin, then the Temple Ghost Sect would no longer be able to mingle in Purple Sun City. Now he was anxious to know what had happened inside so that he could deal with it. When the Temple Ghost Sect members heard that, they were stunned. They simply did not want to enter Idle Cloud Restaurant. However, when he saw the second sect master's dark face, he could only bite the bullet and charge in. However, the huge Jiao snake in Idle Cloud Restaurant was like a chicken eating rice. Every time 2 people came in, they would lower their heads and peck gently, and 2 Temple Ghost Sect members would disappear for no reason. 2, 4, 6, 8, the members of Killing Rakshasa Sect entered but never came out. All of them died silently. At this moment, he couldn't even let out a scream. Hiss! A chill spread through the nearby streets. The many cultivators watching from afar all sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling a chill run down their backs. Terrifying, it was simply too terrifying. The normally bustling Idle Cloud Restaurant was now incomparably sinister in the eyes of the crowd. It had become a haunted building. What exactly happened inside was still unknown. This Xiao Chen is really not simple. That's right. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Looks like killing him won't be that easy. Almost all of them are dead. Interesting. I wonder if the Temple Ghost Sex people will demolish Idle Cloud Restaurant. I don't think so. If they really demolish it, they will be utterly embarrassed. To think that one person forced them to not even dare to enter the door. Regardless of whether the Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master was willing or not, the members that he brought over never returned. Everyone who went died. The second sect master sent out his mental energy, but discovered that it was shrouded in fog. The interference prevented him from seeing anything. Is this all the Temple Ghost Sect has? In that case, it is best not to enter this door. Otherwise, every person who enters will die. No matter how many people come, it will be useless. Xiao Chen's cold shout came from the quiet, idle cloud restaurant, making the hearts of many sink. If it were before, no one would dare to believe Xiao Chen's words. They would only think that he was bragging. However, now, no one dared to doubt Xiao Chen's words. He did indeed have the ability to do so. You are seeking death. Back off. I'll go. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master shouted ferociously. Then he turned into an afterimage and flew towards the doors of Idle Cloud Restaurant. However, just as the second sect master approached the doors, his body suddenly bent upward at an inconceivable angle. He was like an eagle soaring into the sky, directly barging into Idle Cloud Restaurant from above. A cold smile flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes when he saw the other party enter in such a manner. Xiao Chen's figure flashed and arrived on the second floor, coldly eyeing the other party. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master was dressed in yellow. He was a peak minor primal core cultivator, more than one grade higher than Black Tiger. The second sect master was only one step shy of advancing to the major primal core realm. Of course, this was the final step. Without any special fortuitous encounter, he would never be able to cross this step. Die. When the yellow-clad sect master saw Xiao Chen appear, he shouted ferociously, and 3 streams of veritable essence energy that had undergone refinement appeared. 3 streams of refined veritable essence energy came from the primal core in his body and charged at Xiao Chen. The veritable essence energy split into 3 and turned into yellow venomous snakes that flicked out their red tongues like they were alive. Then they charged at Xiao Chen. The veritable essence energy was very fast and came from a tricky angle. In the next second, it arrived before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The other party was indeed much stronger than Black Tiger's. Just these 3 streams of veritable essence energy gave Xiao Chen the feeling that he could not block them. If Xiao Chen clashed head-on, he would suffer greatly. After all, he was only an Yin essence stage cultivator. Xiao Chen drew his saber and instantly executed the fish dragon art. In that instant, Xiao Chen quickly took 3 steps, swinging his saber with each step. Every saber strike targeted the weak points of the veritable essence energy venomous snakes. After 3 saber strikes, the veritable essence energy venomous snakes scattered. The yellow-clad sect master's expression immediately turned grave. Xiao Chen, who was only a Yin essence stage cultivator, actually managed to receive 3 moves before him. Xiao Chen could not be underestimated. This Xiao Chen definitely had an extraordinary background. He might be a genius disciple of a rank 3 sect. That's right. That must be it. Otherwise, he could not fight across cultivation realms and display such strong combat prowess. Aside from this, the yellow-clad sect master also felt that this idle cloud pavilion was somewhat strange. From the moment he entered, it felt like someone was watching him. That feeling lingered, unable to get rid of. Suddenly, the yellow-clad sect master thought of retreating. He felt that he could not remain in this restaurant. He should wait for his big brother to arrive before making a decision. After all, his big brother was a major primal core cultivator. He was very knowledgeable. Even if the other party was a genius, outstanding talent of a rank 3 sect, he would definitely be able to kill Shao Qin. With this thought, the yellow-clad sect master pushed off with his feet, wanting to leave the way he came. Seeing that Shao Qin did not chase after him, the yellow-clad sect master heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally leave this place. However, suddenly, a huge black shadow swept towards the yellow-clad sect master. This shadow carried a dense cold qi that made one's entire body go numb, so cold that one trembled. Before the yellow-clad sect master could turn his head to look, the Jiao snake's tail struck him. All the bones in the yellow-clad sect master shattered, and he vomited a mouthful of black blood. He felt like his soul was trembling. The yellow-clad sect master felt dizzy and intense pain spread out. The Jiao snake's strike took away most of his life. No, the yellow-clad sect master was even more horrified. In the next moment, Shao Chun chopped down with the lunar shadow saber, as if he had predicted that the Jiao snake would strike him. Pussy eye! The saber strike knocked the yellow-clad sect master out of Idol Cloud Pavilion amid his startled cry. When the yellow-clad sect master landed, all signs of life vanished. A saber wound cut the yellow-clad sect master's body from top to bottom. If not for the yellow-clad sect master's strong physical body, this saber strike might have chopped him in half, leaving him without a complete corpse. Finally, someone came out of Idol Cloud Pavilion. However, the person who came out was a corpse that could not speak. Outsiders still did not know what happened in Idol Cloud Pavilion. As the crowd looked at Idol Cloud Pavilion, their expressions changed completely. Even the Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master died. How horrifying was that place? Duh, duh, duh. The sound of horse hooves rang out. A strong aura surged over, and the crowd quickly made way. When the crowd clearly saw who it was, their expressions changed slightly. The people of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon sect had finally arrived. Chapter 1600. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's new talent, the Ice Snow Sword, was killed. As for the Burning Moon sect's new talent, Yen Xian, he was in an even more miserable state. Yen Xian had been frightened into crawling and fleeing with just one look, losing all his dignity. Not only himself, but even the Burning Moon sect had lost face. Yen Xian probably knew that he would not be able to escape punishment when he returned to the sect, so he went missing. Even now, no one knew where he was. A sect's new talent represented that the sect had a successor. When they roamed the world, they represented the face of the sect. However, of the two rank 2 sects, one died and the other fled because of Shao Qin losing all face. Shao Qin alone slapped the faces of 2 rank 2 sections. Such a thing would be unacceptable in any sect. Furthermore, the rank 2 sects of the Purple Sun region were overlord-class existences. However, because the sects were too big, there were too many formalities. Since the 2 sects wanted to send people to resolve this matter, they had to discuss who to send, who had the time, who was willing, and who was suitable. The strength of the person to send was very important. Naturally, they had to discuss it carefully. However, the Temple Ghost sect did not have so many worries. They came when they wanted to. Hence, they rushed ahead of the 2 sections. Although the experts of the 2 sects did not come, there were people keeping an eye on Shao Chen's actions in secret. When the decision was made, the efficiency of the large sects became apparent. The Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor arrived at nearly the same time. The Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor each sent 100 people. The leaders were major primal core cultivators. The weakest of the 100 disciples was a Yang Essence cultivator. It was clear that these were all elites and experts. The 2 sects were truly enraged. In the Purple Sun region, a major primal core cultivator could be considered a peak expert. Even in Purple Sun City, major primal core cultivators were rare. Han Feng, unexpectedly, you came personally as well, the leader of the Burning Moon sect, Bai Su, said calmly as he looked at the other party. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Han Feng said coldly, I only have this one disciple. I was hoping that he would surpass me and become famous. Now that he was killed, how could I not come? It turned out that these two were the masters of the new talents of their respective sections. They were also in the upper echelons of their sects and were very strong. Although our sects usually have some disputes, why don't we join forces to kill this white-robed Shao Qin today? Bai Su of the Burning Moon sect suggested to Han Feng. In the past, people had heard that the two great sects had gathered hundreds of people to deal with a single person. They would definitely think that it was impossible. How could there be such a person that a rank 2 sect would be so cautious? But now, no one was surprised to learn that the person they were going to deal with was Shao Qin. Not long ago, the Temple Ghost sect's second sect master and third sect master, as well as a large group of gang members, had all died at Shao Qin's hands in Idle Cloud Restaurant. All these facts told everyone that Shao Qin was not simple. Sure, Han Feng's eyes flickered for a moment, and he agreed with the Burning Moon sects by Su's decision. From the bottom of his heart, he did not approve of joining forces. To deal with the Een Essence stage, Brat, they still needed to work together with others. This was a great humiliation. However, in the current situation, they had no choice but to work together. It was better to be cautious. If he were to fail miserably in such an easy task, it would be a huge joke. Da-da-da! Galloping rang out again. The crowd opened up a path. It was the Temple Ghost sect's sect master Yen, charging over with his men. Sect Master Yen raged, killing intent radiating from his entire body. He felt an indescribable depression in his heart. Unexpectedly, Een Essence stage, Brett nearly wiped out most of his Temple Ghost sect. If Black Tiger had underestimated his enemy, then Shao Qin had to be very strong for killing the second sect master's group. Han Feng? Bai Su? Sect Master Shui was greatly startled. He quickly pulled on the reins and withdrew his killing intent. Then he stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute. Greetings, elders. The three of them were about the same strength, all early-stage, major primal core realm cultivators. However, their statuses differed greatly. No matter how powerful the Temple Ghost sect was among the gangs outside the city, it was an insignificant existence in the eyes of a rank 2 sect. Without an inheritance or accumulations, the Temple Ghost sect was just a group of bandits. Han Feng and Bai Su did not show any good expressions. Bai Su said softly, I heard that your Temple Ghost sect just lost 2 sect masters and more than 100 gang members. Truly a motley crew. More than 100 people did not even get to see the others. Compared to Bai Su, the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Han Feng was even more arrogant, directly mocking them. Sect Master Shui immediately became enraged. He said sullenly, no matter how great the losses of my Temple Ghost sect are, it cannot compare to the losses of the 2 of your sections. One new talent was killed, and the other was in an even worse state. The new talent crawled away like a turtle. You must be tired of living. Han Feng snorted coldly. Suddenly, a frigid cold wind started blowing wildly. Between heaven and earth, the temperature plummeted, and everyone felt an icy chill. Snowflakes drifted down, and the cold wind blew. The dancing snowflakes spun around like sharp knives. How strong! The people watching in the distance quickly retreated in a fluster. Who could have expected that Han Feng could easily bring out such a strong will of ice with a thought? This will of ice was already infinitely close to the domain realm. Furthermore, Han Feng's major primal core realm cultivation allowed his veritable essence energy to be continuously refined and refined. Now that it was contained in the snowflakes, it made sense that it gave off such strong pressure. In mere moments, a thick layer of snow blanketed the ground. This clearly showed how vast Hanfeng's veritable essence energy was. Humph! Do you think this old man is easy to scare? Not to be outdone, Sect Master Shui released a scarlet light from his body. Together with a strong, baleful aura, he quickly clashed with the boundless snowflakes. Enough! Seeing that the two were about to fight, the Burning Moon sects, Bai Su quickly made a move. A heat wave surged up from the ground, instantly melting everything. Bai Su forcefully suppressed the two's wills. Immediately, Han Feng and Sect Master Shui became cautious. Sect Master Shui snorted coldly. Although my Temple Ghost sect is not an impressive existence, we cannot tolerate being humiliated. Don't think that we are easy to bully. At the very most, I can just run to another astral region. Your ice snow mountain manor will not care. Seeing that Han Feng was about to fight again, Bai Su quickly said, "Stop. We are here to deal with Xiao Qin. Don't let the people in Idle Cloud Restaurant laugh at us." Inside Idle Cloud Restaurant, Luo Nan, Fape Er, and Xiao Suo all felt immense pressure. It seemed like the situation was getting more and more chaotic. Not to mention the Temple Ghost sect, two rank 2 sects, actually charged over as well. Big Brother Xiao Chen, how about we leave first? Fei Er suggested in a soft voice. Xiao Suo shook his head and said, "It is already too late to leave. They have already surrounded Idle Cloud Restaurant. There is no way out." Xiao Qin used his spiritual sense to size up the scene outside. Then he released his bated breath. Clearly, the rank 2 sects had late-stage major primal core experts. However, there were too few of them. Furthermore, the time of these people was precious. They would definitely not leave the mountain just for one Xiao Qin. Furthermore, they had to guard their sect's territory and could not move casually. The ones that came were all early-stage major primal core cultivators. 3 early-stage major primal core cultivators. The pressure on Senior Jiao Snake increased significantly. However, he could still handle the situation, so there was no need to panic for now. As Xiao Chen expected, the late-stage major primal core peak experts of the rank 2 sects would definitely not come. As for the Supreme Elder of the Cloud Sea Realm, the death of a new talent was not something that could be passed on to the Supreme Elder. Xiao Chen communicated with the Jiao Snake. Then he said to Xiao Suo and the other two, "With me around, there is no need to panic. Just listen to me." Fei Er said sullenly, "There is no need to panic. Senior brother and I are just worried about implicating you." When Xiao Chen heard that, he laughed loudly and said, "There is no need to talk about implicating me. We have all gone through trials and tribulations together. If we really reach a dead end, we will definitely live and die together. Killing one is breaking even, and killing two is already a gain." A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The hot-bloodedness in his bones blazed as he said, "That's right. Live and die together." Outside Idle Cloud Restaurant, the people of the 3 factions had already surrounded Idle Cloud Restaurant so tightly that not even water could trickle through. For a time, the Idle Cloud Restaurant became an isolated existence on the street. Everyone in the distance broke out in a cold sweat for Xiao Chen's group of 3. With the 2 rank 2 sects working together, Xiao Qin no longer stood much of a chance. At this moment, Sect Master Shui and the other 2 had already reached a consensus under Bai Su's mediation. Whoosh! 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 The 3 soared into the air, and the auras of major primal core experts spread out, encasing the entire Idle Cloud Restaurant. Rumble! The ground trembled. It was like 3 mountains had fallen on Idle Cloud Restaurant on the verge of collapse. Upon seeing the actions of the 3 experts, everyone exclaimed. They were preparing to use violent means. They wanted to destroy the restaurant together with Xiao Qin. No matter what means they used, they would use their cultivation to suppress them. They would not even be able to enter Idle Cloud Restaurant. Chapter 1601. An indescribable light flashed in her eyes. If the earlier Xiao Chun had only inspired some admiration in her, now her heart suddenly raced. But at this moment, her heartbeat suddenly sped up, mixed with an indescribable feeling of conflict. Inside Idle Cloud Restaurant, Xiao Chun expressionlessly placed a palm strike on the Jiao snake's body. However, as expected, the scene of Idle Cloud Restaurant collapsing did not happen. If the Jiao snake had succeeded, Xiao Chen's group and Idle Cloud Restaurant would have been crushed to pieces under the combined attacks of the three experts, dying without a grave. In this excellent opportunity to make a move, the three experts did not hold back. Xiao Chen did not hold back much. The scene immediately turned somewhat bloody and cruel. Without the support of the three leaders, everyone was caught off guard and injured by the shock waves. They were caught off guard and injured by the shock waves. Furthermore, Xiao Chen and Xiao Sua suddenly jumped out. This was called suppressing others with one's aura, using pure strength to suppress others. Feng Buyu, the last new talent of the Purple Sun region, appeared at the very last moment just as everyone was about to forget about him. Who was it that was so strong, able to receive the killing moves of three early-stage major primal core experts at the same time? When Xiao Chen died, that late-stage major primal core expert would definitely choose to leave. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor, the Temple Ghost Sect, and the Burning Moon Sect worked together with three major primal core experts. However, they still could not capture Xiao Chen. A cold, sinister intent spread throughout Idle Cloud Restaurant. The Jiao snake spat out a mouthful of cold qi, forcefully blocking the martial techniques of the three experts. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor, the Burning Moon Sect, and the Temple Ghost Sect suffered heavy casualties. Her pretty, soul-stirring eyes looked at Xiao Chen, whose white robes were stained with blood, holding his saber and facing off against three major primal core experts in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant. However, they did not expect to see such a scene when they arrived. Three experts executing peak martial techniques at the same time was rather rare in Purple Sun City. This concerns my own safety and interests. Stop labeling me as cruel. I, Xiao Chen, have never been an indecisive person. A strong battle hunger surged in Xiao Chen's heart as he held the Lunar Shadow Saber, a treasure saber that surpassed profound tools. He unleashed his battle hunger, sweeping through everything in his path. Sky-burning moon shadow. They instantly felt somewhat confused. What kind of existence was in Idle Cloud Restaurant? Hovering in midair, Han Feng, Baisu, and sect leader Shuet each vomited a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. Such a scene made many people feel deeply shocked, and their hearts thumped nonstop. Saber light flickered and blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, there was only one word: fight. Xiao Chun retorted coldly, "What a joke! If I did not kill them, would I give you the chance to reorganize these people and charge back into Idle Cloud Restaurant? Watch my friends and myself fall into danger?" Then, Sect Master Shui led more than 300 people to surround and kill Xiao Chen. The original owner of the pirate flag was also pushed forward, expressing his desire to take back the pirate flag. Everything seemed reasonable. They were just waiting for Xiao Chen to speak. If someone tries to kill me, I will definitely kill them. On the other hand, Xiao Chen even killed the group of disciples and gang members, dealing a painful blow to them. Kill. If Xiao Chen reorganized himself, he would have strong combat prowess. If he did not take this opportunity to kill his way out, he would be soft-hearted. If he did not do so, he might very well be the next one to die. After a while, Xiao Chen shouted, "Dao! Feng Buyu, what are you doing here?" Not even dregs remained, extremely pitiful. Xiao Chen's words left the three at a loss for words. A figure flashed, and a figure flew out of Idle Cloud Restaurant. His white robes fluttered. It was Xiao Qin. This result was simply unexpected. When the three saw the scene before them, they were startled, their faces filled with shock. Only Xiao Qin stood in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant. His white robes were stained with blood, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. Blood flowed like a river in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant. Countless corpses littered the ground. Of the three factions, the people of the Temple Ghost sect were all dead. The disciples of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon sect were all frightened, fleeing in all directions. Boom! Feng Buyu ignored the other party. He looked at Xiao Qin and said, "Xiao Qin, I remember that you bought a pirate banner at the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Now, the seller wants to take it back. We have already negotiated with the Purple Cloud Pavilion, so hand over the pirate banner." The heavy Great Tao energy supported Senior Jiao Snake, instantly breaking the stalemate between the Jiao Snake and the three experts. Han Feng and Bai Su were enraged as well. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon sect had not suffered such a huge loss for many years already. That was right. That was what they thought. Was it worth it or not? Far away, in a tall building, Lan Luo covered her mouth in disbelief. To think that Xiao Qin did not show any fear when facing three major primal core cultivators. His aura even increased. Corpses littered the ground, as well as the flowing blood river. No one dared to doubt Xiao Qin's words. Feng Buyu nodded and said, "That's right. My wind-chasing sect can guarantee your safety. At the same time, I will agree to one of your requests." Then he did not hesitate to make a move. Xiao Qin said indifferently as he swept his gaze across the surroundings. As the three looked at Xiao Qin, they suddenly discovered that this youth gave off a strong aura of someone who had experienced the vicissitudes of life and gone through many trials and tribulations. No one had expected that the three would use such a tyrannical and cruel method to deal with Xiao Qin. However, they firmly held on, not letting any of the energy from the three great killing moves leak into Idle Cloud Restaurant and injure Xiao Qin's group. Xiao Qin could not tell if it was his blood or someone else's. At this moment, it was silent. Only the dripping sound of the blood from the two sabers could be heard. Traceless falling snow. You are actually extremely cruel, killing all the people of my Temple Ghost sect." Sect Master Shue's entire body trembled in anger. The Temple Ghost sect that he established with so much difficulty was completely destroyed today. Ha ha ha! The Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon sect are actually going to submit to a foreigner who came from nowhere? Suddenly, laughter came from the distance. The wind-chasing sect's Feng Buyu led a group of people and appeared here. Behind Feng Buyu was the person in charge of the Purple Cloud Pavilion, the beautiful woman whom Lan Luo addressed as Aunt Bai. She slowly walked out and looked at Xiao Qin softly. "I'm sorry. However, we will return 5 times the spirit jades to you to compensate young Master Xiao Qin for your losses. We can even step forward and deal with the trouble that you are in." The shock waves from the fight between the Jiao Snake and the 3 experts spread out, injuring most of the cultivators of the 3 factions surrounding Idle Cloud Restaurant. Don't even think about stepping into Idle Cloud Restaurant. Otherwise, no matter who it is, I will make them pay a heavy price. The things that happened today were sufficient to prove that clashing head-on with Xiao Qin would not end well. Originally, the Burning Moon sects Bai Su roared ferociously. However, the situation now did not seem quite right. The Burning Moon sects Bai Su roared ferociously. The bright moon could no longer be seen in the sky, but the shadow of the moon enveloped Idle Cloud Restaurant and burned fiercely. This was especially so for the Temple Ghost sect. Their members were the weakest. They were practically wiped out in an instant. The expressions of Han Feng, Bai Su, and Sect Master Xue changed at the same time. They all sensed that someone had blocked their killing moves at the same time. They were extremely shocked in their hearts. Xiao Qin stood upright while holding his saber. His scarlet clothes flapped loudly in the wind. An intense clash occurred invisibly. Although the Jiao snake felt some pressure, it did not feel anything. The killing moves, which should have ended in an instant, entered a stalemate. The three clashed with the Jiao snake and were forcefully held back. The ice-snow mountain manor's Han Feng drew his sword, and a cold light flickered at the tip. A boundless snowstorm fell silently. Every snowflake spun rapidly. After 15 minutes, the three experts forcefully suppressed their injuries and rushed back to Idle Cloud Restaurant. They should have thought that they might be killed as well. Han Feng, Baisu, and Sect Master Shui actually hesitated, not daring to attack again. The Ice-Snow Mountain Manor's Han Feng, the Burning Moon Sect's Baisu, and the Temple Ghost Sect's Sect Master Shui. 3 peak early-stage major primal core experts. Xiao Chen's heart sank. It looked like the secret of the Scarlet Blood War banner was still exposed. Sect Master Shui roared, and the baleful aura all over his body suddenly gathered, not releasing it. Just as these people followed the 3 experts and surrounded Idle Cloud Restaurant, preparing to kill Xiao Qin, Han Feng asked coldly with a somewhat unsightly expression. In the earlier exchange, Xiao Chen had already guessed that there should be a late-stage major primal core expert in Idle Cloud Restaurant. The 3's plan was for Han Feng and Baisu to delay that late-stage major primal core expert. All the onlookers felt a chill and broke out in a cold sweat. They were so shocked that they did not know what to say. When Han Feng and Baisu attacked one after another, the Jiao snake suddenly attacked. A huge palm made of scarlet light ruthlessly pressed towards Idle Cloud Restaurant. Startled cries rang out. The 3 experts actually got knocked back at the same time. At this moment, the leaders of the 3 factions were severely injured and sent flying. Most of the cultivators were injured, and their morale fell to rock bottom. This was the best opportunity to make a move. If the 3 factions continued fighting, even if they managed to kill Xiao Qin, the Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon Sect would have to pay 10 times, even 100 times the price. Whoosh! Whoosh! They attacked at the same time. For a moment, Idle Cloud Restaurant was in a precarious situation. All the cultivators were shocked. These attacks contained horrifying sword intent and veritable essence energy, as well as a cold chill, silently fell in waves, dealing a huge blow to Idle Cloud Restaurant. Right now, these sect members and sect disciples did not seem to have much lethality, but once the 3 experts recovered, they would definitely be killed. Corpses piled up, and blood flowed like rivers. The area in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant turned into hell on earth. Chapter 1602. As expected, the secret of the Scarlet Blood War banner had already been exposed. It looked like Lan Luo had come for this earlier. However, due to her status, she could not tell Xiao Qin. It looked like she had misunderstood the other party. Feng Bu looked at Xiao Qin and continued, "Xiao Qin, what do you think? Given your strength, talent, and mental state, the insignificant Purple Sun region is definitely just a stop in your life, not the destination. Why do you want to lose your life here?" Xiao Qin looked up at the sky. The scarlet sun was slowly setting in the west, and dusk soon arrived. "Xiao Qin, just hand over that pirate flag. In any case, it is not of much use to you, so why bother? Don't you agree?" Auntie Bai looked at Xiao Chen with a sincere expression. Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Woman, why the need to be so hypocritical? Do you think I do not know that that pirate flag is the legendary Scarlet Blood Pirate King's Scarlet Blood War banner?" What? A huge commotion broke out in the surroundings. Xiao Chen's words were startling. The legendary Pirate King's Scarlet Blood War banner. What did this mean? This meant that one could obtain the treasure left by a legendary Pirate King. Even if one did not obtain the legendary Pirate King's treasure, just the value of that Scarlet Blood War banner was worth half a sec's worth. Han Feng's face sank. He looked at Feng Buyu and asked, "Feng Buyu, is what he said true?" Han Feng and Bai Su were already somewhat relaxed. They did not want to clash head-on with Xiao Qin. They feared that even if they killed Xiao Qin, they would have to pay an even greater price. That would not be worth it. If they paid an even greater price and still could not kill Xiao Qin, it would be unimaginable. However, the expressions of the two, who had already decided to give up, changed drastically when they heard about the Scarlet Blood War banner. No matter what, they could not give up. At the same time, the spectators who were just watching the show showed greedy expressions in their eyes after the commotion. Several people left quietly. The news of the Scarlet Blood War banner reappearing would spread quickly. Naturally, the ones with the most interesting expressions were the Purple Cloud Pavilion's auntie, Bai, and the wind-chasing sex Feng Buyu. The two of them put on the appearance of a savior, thinking that Xiao Qin did not know the value of a pirate flag. He pretended to come over, saying that he was here to help Xiao Qin. In the end, they were ruthlessly slapped in the face, tearing apart their hypocritical masks. Feng Buyu's expression was extremely ugly. Killing intent overflowed from his body as he said coldly, "Xiao Qin, you're really shameless." Wind Buyu, speak. Is what Xiao Qin said true? Han Feng and Bai Su, on the other hand, were completely agitated at this moment, aiming their cannon fire at Feng Buyu in unison. Seeing Feng Buyu's conflicted expression, Xiao Qin couldn't help but laugh. "Feng Buyu, tell everyone, is it true?" The beautiful auntie Bai said coldly, "Xiao Qin, what do you gain by doing this? Why is there a need to force us and make things so ugly for everyone? What a great force! Who is the one forcing whom? I, Xiao Qin, only auctioned off 2 things that I wanted. In the end, I was intercepted by some new talent on the street, wanting to kill and snatch my treasures. The 2 great sects are even more shameless, repeatedly coming to Idle Cloud Restaurant to seek trouble for me. Furthermore, right now, the 2 of you are clearly in cahoots, planning to split the Scarlet Blood War banner equally. Yet you came before me, pretending to be benevolent and righteous, pretending to be sincere and putting on an act. Is there any meaning to this?" Xiao Chen revealed a cold smile as he looked at the Purple Cloud Pavilion's pretty woman, revealing a disdainful expression. Such people needed to be ruthlessly slapped in the face. "Auntie Bai, we can't care so much anymore. Just kill this brat, search his body, and snatch his spatial ring." A decisive expression flashed on Feng Buyu's face. He prepared to work with the Purple Cloud Pavilion to kill Xiao Qin. "Stop! The 2 of you had better not think about monopolizing it," Han Feng shouted coldly. Clearly, he did not want to see the Scarlet Blood War banner land in the hands of others. When Bai Su and Han Feng stood together, they expressed the same thought. For ordinary benefits, there was no need to mobilize a late-stage major Primal Core Elder. However, for the Scarlet Blood War banner, everything was worth it. When the distant setting sun shone on the blood-covered Xiao Qin, it looked like scarlet light. The situation immediately entered a stalemate. Feng Buyu hated Xiao Qin to the core. This was great. Now, Feng Buyu's plan fell through. If the Scarlet Blood War banner was exposed, it would definitely startle the entire Purple Sun City. At that time, the difficulty of obtaining the war banner would increase significantly. All the experts in Purple Sun City would move upon hearing the news. A bloody storm would be unavoidable. "Everyone, I feel that this stalemate is not a solution. It is playing into this brat's hands. He must be delaying for time." The Temple Ghost Sect Master Shui, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said. These words startled everyone awake from a dream. It was indeed unusual for Xiao Qin to take the initiative to give up the Scarlet Blood War banner. He might really be delaying for time. I feel that we should kill him first. If there is anything else, we can make plans later. Sect Master Shui revealed a sinister smile. He hated Xiao Qin to the bone and wished that he could kill him now. A light flashed in Feng Buyu's eyes as he said indifferently, "I have no objections." The Purple Cloud Pavilion's auntie, Bai said softly. I have no objections either. Han Feng and Bai Su exchanged glances and said, That's true. I remember that his friend has the Scarlet Blood War banner. Soon, the group reached a consensus. Kill Shao Qin, enter Idol Cloud Restaurant, and snatch the Scarlet Blood War banner. Han Feng, Bai Su, Sect Master Shui, a wind-chasing sect elder, and the Purple Cloud Pavilion's ante, by a total of 5 early-stage major primal core cultivators, locked their auras on Shao Qin. This immediately multiplied the pressure on Shao Qin. Shao Qin glared viciously at Sect Master Shui. This person must die. Even at death's door, you still dare to glare at me? Brat, you are truly reckless, Sect Master Shui replied with a cold snort, feeling extremely upset at Shao Qin's glare. Die. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me first. Divine Lightning Eye, 4th layer. Suddenly, 4 purple petals appeared in Sect Master Shui's right eye, spinning quickly. Black tribulation clouds immediately appeared in the sky from all directions, quickly gathering and encasing Sect Master Shui's head. Cassier. The instant the 4 petals overlapped, the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in Shao Qin's sea of consciousness instantly activated. 6 bolts of tribulation lightning overlapped and landed on Sect Master Shui's body under a situation that no one expected. 1 bolt of tribulation lightning was already startling. 6 bolts of tribulation lightning layered over each other. As the electric light shone, the entire Purple Sun City plunged into darkness. Only that bolt of tribulation lightning shone with a dazzling light, resplendent and eye-catching. All this happened in the blink of an eye. After that, the sky returned to normal. Sect Master Shui vomited a mouthful of blood. His body was blasted into a mangled mess, and he flew off somewhere. With one glance, Shao Qin severely injured an early-stage major primal core cultivator. His heaven-defying magic skills stupefied everyone. Shao Qin clearly told everyone that anyone who wanted to kill him, Shao Qin, had to pay the price. Attack together! Han Feng, Bai Su, and the others felt horrified. However, they also knew that Shao Qin could not execute this strange martial technique a second time within a short period of time. Without much thought, they swarmed over, preparing to attack together and finish off Shao Qin. Ice Blood, Lightning Dragon! Shao Qin remained calm. A drop of dragon blood dripped from his right hand, and a 3-colored lightning dragon appeared on his palm, flying towards the Purple Cloud Pavilion's ante-bai. That ice blood, lightning dragon grew with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a ferocious and huge berserk dragon containing ice, lightning, and blue dragon blood. Ante-bai was startled and retreated in a fluster. Her killing move immediately broke, and the ice blood lightning dragon knocked her into the air. The power of ice and lightning swept through her body at the same time, inflicting immense pain. Major magic skill, Dermic World. Shao Qin's body trembled, and he suddenly turned into a 3-kilometer-tall giant. Then he swung his saber, sending Han Feng and Bai Su flying at the same time. By the time Shao Qin's body recovered to its original state, that wind-chasing sect elder had already arrived before him. Flawless saber technique, heartbreaking stance. This saber shattered the heart, shattering the self first before shattering the enemy. Shao Qin's heart shattered, and intense pain spread throughout his body. All the potential in his body burst out amid the intense pain. Shao Qin used the heartbreaking stance to clash head-on with this major primal core elder of the wind-chasing sect. Pu Ci. The wind-chasing sect elder vomited a mouthful of blood and fell on the steps of Idol Cloud Restaurant. The difference in strength was still too great. However, before that wind-chasing sect elder could reveal a smile, a crack suddenly appeared in his chest, and a boundless saber intent poured out. This startled the wind-chasing sect elder into retreating quickly, doing his best to suppress the saber chi in his body, not daring to take another step forward. A huge battle happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. 5 great experts attacked together, clashing with Xiao Qin. However, in the end, they were all knocked back. They fought with Xiao Qin until both sides suffered severe injuries. This was a humiliation, an absolute humiliation. After all, Xiao Qin was just an essence stage cultivator. After continuously using his trump cards and executing a self-damaging martial technique like the heartbreaking stance, Xiao Chen's injuries worsened. Fortunately, Xiao Chen possessed the Azure Dragon bloodline. His injuries healed very quickly. After a few battles, he recovered from his injuries. After a few battles, Xiao Chen's blood flowed faster, and his heart beat strongly like a dragon. Hu Qi. Xiao Qin pushed off with his feet and stood up with a somersault. The lunar shadow saber flew out of his hand and stabbed into the ground. He said indifferently, "With me around, no one can even think of getting close." Idle Cloud Restaurant. The tip of the saber stabbed into the ground, and the saber trembled. The wind-chasing sects and the Purple Cloud Pavilion's people were frightened into taking a few steps back. Chapter 1603. Everyone present was frightened silly by Xiao Chen's strength. They clearly knew that Xiao Chen was not in a good state right now, coughing with blood. Xiao Chen's complexion was pale, drained of blood. However, no one caught up to him. Even Feng Buyu, who was in perfect condition, was frightened into taking a few steps back. What exactly is Xiao Chen persevering for? Many people started to feel confused. After seeing Xiao Chen's combat prowess after exposing his trump cards, it was clear that he could leave easily. However, why did he remain in Idle Cloud Restaurant, unwilling to leave Purple Sun City? What was Xiao Chen guarding in the mysterious Idle Cloud Restaurant? This was an unsolved mystery, confusing everyone, inspiring wild and fanciful thoughts. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. When he looked at the western sky again, the sun had already set. The scarlet setting sun dyed the distant horizon red, covering a large patch of clouds. As the scarlet afterglow fell on Xiao Chen's body, it mixed with his scarlet robes, making him look somewhat miserable. An indiscernible confusion and anxiety flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Did I get cheated? The sky is about to turn dark, but the person I'm waiting for still has not appeared. Is Luo Nen really going to die? I don't want to. I really don't want to see this friend I made after leaving the Kunlun realm fall here. I really don't want to see this pair of lovers part forever. All the more, I don't want to see the kind Fei or cry over this. To Xiao Qin, love was somewhat extravagant right now. Perhaps it was because he saw in Fei and Luo Nen that he once had with Ryue, or perhaps it was because his original heart still existed, but Xiao Qin stubbornly persisted. Even though Xiao Chen was already very weak, he stubbornly stood in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant, not letting anyone near. The saber hummed endlessly. It was like the lunar shadow saber understood Xiao Chen's stubbornness, the perseverance in his heart, and the pride in his heart. At this moment, the lunar shadow saber hummed endlessly, connected to Xiao Chen's thoughts. The humming of the lunar shadow saber filled the entire place. The strong saber intent shook the entire Purple Sun City. Saber, my Tao, my saber. Cassier. At this moment, a certain bottleneck in Xiao Chen's saber Tao suddenly shattered. His Tao realm went from initial glimpse to minor success. The halo of light of the great Tao behind Xiao Chen condensed into a point. Then it continuously rose, surpassing the bottleneck of 3 feet and reaching a height of 3 meters. Hua! For a moment, in everyone's eyes, Xiao Chen's body seemed to have grown several times taller. The shapeless pressure caused everyone present to feel unbearable, and they had no choice but to retreat once more. At the same time, he couldn't understand what kind of existence this was. Saber intent? Saber soul? Or was it the domain of blades? When Lan Luo, who was far away, saw this scene, she was stunned. This is the power of the great Tao. He comprehended a type of Tao and even increased his cultivation level by a level. What a surprise! I originally thought that such a genius who could comprehend the Tao would only appear in a third-grade sect. Lan Luo's bodyguard knew, who was hidden in the dark, exclaimed in shock. Breaking through in the face of adversity, improving in the face of despair. But what exactly is he protecting? A confused expression appeared in Lan Luo's eyes. Earlier, in Idle Cloud Restaurant, Xiao Qin had lectured her with a cold expression. He said that she did not understand that there were many things in the world that were more important than her life. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, 3 strong auras suddenly approached from the sky above Purple Sun City. These auras were so strong that they continuously compressed Xiao Chen's overwhelming saber intent, forcing it back to a corner of Idle Cloud Restaurant. This was the immense pressure brought by absolute strength. It had nothing to do with saber intent or great Tao energy. The absolute advantage in cultivation brought absolute suppression. Even though Xiao Chen's Tao had just advanced, he still suffered from this oppression. 3 people landed in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant. Without exception, these 3 old men were all late-stage major primal core cultivators. However, the Jiao Snake was slightly weaker than the Jiao Snake. The Jiao Snake was a peak major primal core expert that had already touched the edge of the Cloud Sea realm. However, the pressure that the Jiao Snake gave the Jiao Snake was no less than that of the Jiao Snake. It was like an ant facing a lion or an elephant. They were both incredibly huge, but to the ant there was no difference. Upon seeing the 3 old men arrive, the remaining disciples of the Burning Moon sect, the Wind-Chasing sect, and the Ice-Snow Mountain Manor all revealed joy on their faces. Greetings, First Elder. The ones who arrived were all existences, second only to the sect masters of their respective sections. The expressions of all the onlookers changed drastically. A late-stage major primal core super expert. Super experts of the late-stage major primal core realm had not appeared in Purple Sun City for many years already. Furthermore, 3 of them appeared at the same time. The Ice-Snow Mountain Manor's first elder was a white-robed, white-haired old man. As he stood there, he looked like a block of ice. When he swept his gaze around, it felt like he would be sealed in ice. On the other hand, the Burning Moon sect's first elder wore fiery red, crescent moon robes. His entire body exuded a berserk aura, looking like a volcano as he stood there. As for the Wind-Chasing sect's first elder, he wore azure robes. His long hair fluttered continuously like willow catkins. The 3 were very distinct, easily distinguishable. After they landed, they stared at Xiao Chen. "Move aside," the white-robed old man said indifferently. The white-robed old man said indifferently. The moment his voice rang out, everyone felt a bone-piercing chill. The chill in one's bones felt like needles pricking one's heart. The tone of the Wind-Chasing sect's azure-robed old man turned slightly warmer. "Young man, don't hold on anymore. The 3 of us have already lived for hundreds of years. We are ashamed to fight with you. As long as you leave Idle Cloud Restaurant and vanish from Purple Sun City, we will take it as you never appeared. Big brother Xiao Chen, let's go." Inside Idle Cloud Restaurant, Luo Nan, Fabe and Xiao Suo finally convinced the Jiao Snake to come out. Xiao Qin looked at the sky. Although the sun was setting, there was still a sliver of sunlight that had not completely set. Shaking his head, Xiao Qin said, "The sky is not dark yet. It would be too unfortunate to leave now." Luo Nan said sullenly, "Let's go." "Brother Xiao Qin, I, Luo Nan, have received your grace and lived until now. I am already very fortunate. I really have no regrets." Fei Er's eyes turned somewhat moist. As she looked at the blood-covered Xiao Qin, She felt heartache. Big brother Xiao Chen, let's go. That old man must be lying. He will not come. If senior brother dies, I will feel sad. However, if you die, Fei will feel sad as well. Many people came to a sudden realization. Only now did they understand. It turned out that Xiao Chen did not leave, remaining in Idle Cloud Restaurant to save his friend's life, waiting for someone to appear. However, from the looks of it, he seemed to have been deceived. That person would not appear. Is it because of this? In the tall building, Lan Luo felt stifled, feeling strangely flustered. In front of Idle Cloud Restaurant, Xiao Chen was about to say something when the black lotus mark suppressed by the Buddhist pendant on his chest suddenly erupted. He felt a slight heat on his chest. Invisibly, he felt a person with a similar black lotus mark quickly approaching Purple Sun City. That person must have used his trump card when he attacked repeatedly earlier. Then he accidentally touched the black lotus mark. In the end, the black lotus church's people sensed it. Xiao Chen revealed a bitter smile. He felt somewhat helpless. Unexpectedly, the person he was waiting for did not show up. However, the person he was waiting for was the malefic star that he did not want to meet the most. How reckless! To think that you still dare to delay, even at such a cultivation. Xiao Chen, no matter where you come from, this is the Purple Sun region. Quickly hand over the Scarlet Blood War banner and scram out of Purple Sun City. The hot-tempered burning moon, Sex, First Elder, shouted ferociously. Heat waves surged out, forcing Xiao Chen's group to take a few steps back, unable to block. Interesting. Truly interesting. 3 undying old men are scaring a child, and their faces are not even red. This old man really feels embarrassed for you. Just at this moment, a sloppily dressed old man appeared on a tall building near Idle Cloud Restaurant. This person appeared silently, causing the 3 first elders' pupils to constrict. Their expressions turned strangely grave. Whoosh! The sloppy-looking old man's figure flashed and landed before Xiao Chen. Then he glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "You said to wait for me for 3 days, and I meant it. I did not misjudge you." Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, "I did not misjudge you either. The sky is not dark yet, and Senior Lu did not stand me up. Sorry, the things that you wanted were too difficult to find. I wasted too much time. However, I did not let you down and found them all." Senior Lu smiled. Then he turned around and looked at the 3 old men. "You should all recognize me. However, for the sake of the Scarlet Blood War banner, you will still fall out with me. In that case, bring on. In any case, I will protect Xiao Chen." Xiao Chen felt a strange warmth in his heart. Senior Lu was just a late-stage major primal core cultivator. Facing 3 of them alone would only result in death. However, Senior Lu did not hesitate to step forward and say that he would protect Xiao Chen. No matter who it was, when meeting such a senior who valued friendship, they would feel warmth in their heart. Senior Lu's thoughts were very simple. For the sake of keeping your promise, your white clothes were stained with blood. This old man is older and stronger than you. How can I be inferior to you? That is all. Who does not know the strongest alchemist in the Purple Sun region? However, Senior Lu, why did you do this? The ice-snow mountain manners, white-clad old man sighed. The Burning Moon Sex, red-robed old man, said coldly, "You alone cannot protect him." Rumble. Idle Cloud Restaurant suddenly collapsed. The Jiao snake's gargantuan body finally revealed itself, appearing before the 3 old men. "What if you include me?" Chapter 1604. Suddenly, the Jiao snake appeared. With its huge body, it looked up at the 3 first elders. A peak late-stage major primal core ferocious beast? After all, these rank 2 sect elders had seen many things before. The moment they saw the Jiao snake, they did not get frightened. As for the cultivators watching, they fled in fright, no longer daring to remain on this street. Idle Cloud Restaurant was truly a wondrous place. Anything could happen there. Would anyone believe that a late-stage, major, primal core, ferocious beast appeared? It was like a fantasy story, but now it was happening right in front of them. The people who witnessed this scene all felt that their brains were not working well. The Temple Ghost sect was destroyed, a peak essence cultivator defeated an early-stage, major, primal core cultivator. A Jiao snake leaped out of the restaurant where they ate, and the Scarlet Blood War banner reappeared. The series of events that happened today would be incredible if it happened on any other day. No one expected that the death of the ice snow sword Luo Feng would trigger so many things. Old Jiao Snake, you are someone who has lived for more than 1,000 years and know the accumulations of a rank 2 sect. If you are wise, ignore the matter before you. Hand over the Scarlet Blood War banner, and everything can be discussed, the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man said with a calm expression. Gagaga, it is just a rank 2 sect. How deep can its accumulations be? What's wrong? You want to call out the cloud, sea, old monsters of the sect? Do you have the courage and boldness to do so? What's wrong? You want to call out the cloud, sea, old monsters of the sect? Do you have the courage and boldness to do so? The Jiao snake was very knowledgeable and did not get frightened at all. Indeed, rank 2 sects had cloud, sea, old monsters. However, to a rank 2 sect, such cloud, sea existences would definitely be extremely old and in closed-door cultivation. He was definitely very old and in seclusion all year round. Unless the sect was at a critical juncture of life and death, he would never come out. Or perhaps they would go out adventuring and search for a way to break through. How was it possible for him to appear so casually? If he came out, if they were not careful, other factions might destroy their sect. That would be a great sin. The Scarlet Blood War banner was very tempting. However, they could not bear the risk of a disaster happening to their sect after they left. Unless Senior Jiao Snake sought death and ran to their sect's headquarters to hunt them down. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for those cloud, sea, old monsters to appear. After all, it was not a rank 3 sect. There were several cloud, sea, realm cultivators, which one could casually come and go. The cloud, sea, realm cultivators of rank 2 sects needed to guard the sect and protect the inheritance. The Jiao Snake's words made the 3 elders feel stifled. Forget it, let's do it. The Scarlet Blood War banner must remain. The 2 of you delay the Jiao Snake and Senior Lu. I will deal with this white-clad brat. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man had not expected the Jiao Snake to know the human sex so well. However, he still chose to attack decisively. No matter what, after paying such a huge price, he had to keep Shao Qin. If they could hold on for a while longer, the other reinforcements from the 3 rank 2 sects would arrive. Since they were fighting in their own territory, they did not fear the strength of the Jiao Snake. Right after the wind-chasing sect's azure-clad old man spoke, his figure flashed as he charged at the Jiao Snake. He was the fastest, so he was the most suitable to deal with the strongest Jiao Snake. The Burning Moon sect's red-clad old man fought with Senior Lu. Both of them played with fire. When they faced each other, the fight would definitely be very intense. As for the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man, a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a whoosh, he charged at Shao Qin. Shao Qin felt an extremely dangerous aura. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he executed the modified fish dragon art. Purple flames flowed on the surface of Shao Qin's body as he dodged in the air. He relied on his movement technique to tangle with the white-robed old man. Such a late-stage major primal core realm expert could severely injure or even kill Shao Qin in one exchange. As for Shao Qin, he only had the Dragon Blood Soul Breaking Finger, his only trump card. Attack! Capture Shao Qin's group of friends. Auntie Bai, who was injured by Shao Qin, worked together with Feng Buyu to gather the disciples of the Purple Cloud Pavilion and the Wind-Chasing Sect. Then, they charged at Shao Suo, Fape and Luonan. Bastard! Xiao Suo felt incredibly frustrated. After cursing, he said, "Little girl, come behind me with that lover of yours." At this moment, the situation was urgent. There was no time to think too much. Luo Nan was injured and Fei had yet to mature, so she had no choice but to hide behind Xiao Suo. A chaotic battle quickly unfolded. In the completely dark sky, several experts fought fiercely. Between the sky dome, all kinds of lights flashed and shone. Rumble. The area within 50 kilometers instantly turned into rubble in the aftermath of the battle between the late-stage major primal core experts. Even though most of those buildings had formations supporting them, they still could not withstand the attacks. It was obvious that the person who escaped first had foresight. Amid the chaotic battle, Xiao Chen's side clearly fell into a disadvantageous position. Xiao Chen executed his movement technique to its limits. However, he found it hard to escape the white-robed old man's grasp. The other party's will of ice was incredibly strong with the support of veritable essence energy. Even if Xiao Chen's ice domain was much stronger than the other party's will, it could not make up for the difference. The moment Xiao Chen's will appeared, the other party's will destroyed it like a storm, injuring him instead. Under the influence of the other party's will, Xiao Chen's movement technique was greatly affected, and his speed plummeted. "Brat, unexpectedly, you are quite good at running." The white-robed old man felt somewhat frustrated. Xiao Chen was as slippery as a fish. Several times, Xiao Chen was clearly about to be caught, but he still managed to slip away. Xiao Chen pushed himself to his limits, not daring to let down his guard at all. Despite his fatigue, he thought hard about how to escape. Right now, only the Jiao snake held the upper hand on Xiao Chen's side. However, the wind-chasing sex azure-clad old man held back the Jiao snake, preventing it from helping. After all, the azure-clad old man was a late-stage major primal core expert. He could not possibly be defeated so quickly. Furthermore, Xiao Chen could sense that mysterious expert from the Black Lotus Church getting closer and closer to the battlefield. The situation grew increasingly chaotic, becoming increasingly disadvantageous to Xiao Chen. "Caught you!" Whoosh! Suddenly, countless strands of cold qi wrapped around Xiao Chen's feet like formless tentacles, stopping him. The white-robed old man laughed maniacally and threw a palm strike at Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen looked up from the world that belonged to him, this palm strike seemed to cover the entire sky. Before this palm strike, Xiao Chen appeared extremely insignificant. Cultivation! Cultivation! Compared to this old man, Xiao Chen's cultivation was simply too low. Sharp spirit finger. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen executed the sharp spirit finger. All the energy in his body, 2 cauldron force, veritable essence energy, Yin essence energy, and the mental energy in his sea of consciousness, gathered in this finger strike. The tip of Xiao Chen's finger was unstoppable. As he pointed, it struck the white-robed old man's palm. Pu-ci! Xiao Chen went flying back and vomited a mouthful of blood. However, a bloody hole appeared in the white-robed old man's palm. Cold qi spread out from the white-robed old man's right palm. The bloody, scarlet hole looked very ghastly. "You really have many trump cards." The white-robed old man was slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen managed to injure him. Taking advantage of the moment the white-robed old man was stunned, Xiao Chen glanced at Xiao Suo's battle. Feng Buyu's group was currently bombarding Xiao Suo with attacks. In just a short while, the wounds and blood on Xiao Suo's body were already very scary. Flawless saber technique. Dragon subduing stance. Xiao Chen roared ferociously and swung his saber. The 1,000 dragons gathered into a saber light and chopped down in a berserk manner. When the saber light landed, the sect disciples and Purple Cloud Pavilion cultivators, whose cultivations were not much higher than Xiao Chen's, were all knocked into the air. This immediately alleviated the pressure on Xiao Suo. How dare you get distracted before me? Brat, it seems like you are not dying fast enough. The white-robed old man snorted coldly and flung his hand. The surrounding cold qi suddenly intensified. Clearly, he had underestimated Xiao Chen earlier. How cold! Xiao Chen's body trembled uncontrollably. A late-stage, major primal core cultivator was truly an undefeatable existence. Should I use the dragon blood soul breaking finger and fight to the death? However, just at this moment, Xiao Chen's heart suddenly thumped even faster. It's over. The Black Lotus Church's experts are already here. Over there, Xiao Chen looked up and saw a black hole suddenly appear in the sky. A beam of black light quickly flew over from the hole towards the rubble of Purple Sun City's idol, Cloud Pavilion. The instant the black shadow appeared, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they felt an indescribable sense of nervousness.